Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Sedgwick County Board of County Commissioners meeting. Welcome to those joining us online, Facebook and YouTube, and everyone joining us in person. We're glad you're here today. When you walk in, we encourage you to grab a meeting agenda packet that allows you to follow along with all the items of discussion of the County Commission meeting. If you're curious about the supporting documents, you can have access. You can always access them at www.sedgwickcounty.org. Now let's get to work. We got a busy meeting today and a lot of business to take care of, so I'll officially call the meeting today for Wednesday, February 4th, 2026. Madam Clerk, first item.
Invocation to be led by Rabbi Andrew Pepperstone, Ahavath Akam. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure and honor to be here this morning. Please join me in a moment of prayer. Almighty, source of wisdom and compassion, we gather this morning mindful of the responsibility placed in the hands of these commissioners to steward wisely the life and well-being of all who call Sedgwick County their home. In my congregation this week, we'll be reading about Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, who offers timeless counsel to Moses. You are not able to do this alone. And his guidance about sharing the burden of judgment and leadership with others of integrity and discernment. That ancient insight reminds us that leadership flourishes not in isolation, but in collaboration, in listening, in patience, and in humble service. Today, this commission carries forward that sacred task, balancing budgets that sustain safety and service, building bridges, literal and figurative, across our roadways and across our diverse community, caring for public health, justice, and opportunity for every neighbor, and stewarding resources with courage and creativity. Commissioners are charged with decisions about public safety and staffing, infrastructure and tax rates, services for the vulnerable, and the everyday workings of government that shape the daily lives of tens of thousands here in Sedgwick County. May those who serve here be granted the clarity of vision to see beyond narrow interests, the strength to carry heavy decisions, and the compassion to honor every voice that calls this place home. As Jethro taught, may they listen deeply, not just to technical reports and headlines, but to the hopes and struggles and dreams of every resident whose life is touched by the work of this commission. Grant them wisdom to lead with integrity, fairness, and courage, patience to weigh the long-term good for families, elders, workers, and children, and hearts attuned to justice and mercy. Let the work reflect care for the whole community, from quiet neighborhoods to bustling city corners, from our farmlands to our front porches. And may we who live in this county also play our part, to be good neighbors to one another, to uplift each other, to bear one another's burdens, and to contribute our own gifts to the flourishing of this place we all share. Bless this meeting, bless these leaders, and bless all who call Sedgwick County their homes, and let us say, Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, next item.
Roll call. Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Commissioner Beatty.
Present.
Commissioner Howe.
Present.
Commissioner Wise.
Present.
Chairman Blubaugh.
Present. Next item.
County announcements.
Hey, Nicole.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Nicole Gibbs of Strategic Communications. Sedgwick County, the City of Wichita, and Wichita Public Schools are now accepting nominations for the 2026 Public Service Awards, and we need your help. We're looking for someone who is dedicated to serving their community, volunteers their time to help others, holds themselves to the highest standards, and truly has the heart of a public servant. Nominations are due this Monday, February 9th, and submit yours at wichita.gov. ComCare is offering a mental health first aid class to teach people how to respond during a mental health emergency. This free course will be held on Friday, February 27th from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on the 3rd floor of the Ronald Reagan Building. You can visit Sedgwick County Government social media pages for more information and how to sign up. The Sedgwick County elections, I voted, and future voter sticker contests are still open and accepting designs. Artwork must be submitted by Friday, February 27th at 5 p.m. We encourage the kids in your life to enter for a chance to have their design seen and worn by thousands of people. And that's all I have for today. I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners? All right. Thank you very much, Nicole.
Thank you.
Public agenda.
Okay. Public agenda. We have several folks signed up on the public agenda. If you do wish to speak on the zoning case today, you have the opportunity to wait until we hear that. Otherwise, you can go ahead and come up to the podium and speak. You have 5 minutes to speak.
And Chairman Justin Widener, County Councilor, do you have the sheet of who signed up? Okay, I think if you could read those off, I think, and
Okay.
who all signed up.
Okay. Chris and Cape Straight?
Yes.
Okay.
Now or later?
Do you prefer to speak now or wait until the zoning case? Okay. Brian Wetta? Okay. Mary Martin? Okay. Paul Martin?
Yes.
Okay. Jared Schroeder?
Yep.
Okay. Brad Bays?
Yeah.
Okay. Alma Ann Jones?
I'm going to sit late to speak.
And then LaWanda DeShazer.
Good morning. Faith Martin. I reside in District 5, and I wanted to speak to you about something that I've previously come to this commission, to this body, to speak about, and that is the case of Sedgwick Lofton. I had hoped earlier that we would be able to schedule meetings. Council advised that that would not be a great idea for us to talk to you individually one-on-one, so unfortunately we're having to do this publicly. For the past 2 weeks, a group of us have supported the family and sat in on the trial. And we are in day 2 of deliberation, waiting on the jury. And my fear is that the risk to the county is really great, based on those staff continuing to work for Sedgwick County and the potential amount if the jury finds in favor of the Lofton family. I would ask that this body really consider the cost to taxpayers during a civil trial to defend, and what are the ramifications if this trial is in favor of the plaintiff, because that would mean that hopefully we could pursue criminal charges. And I would like this body to seriously think about what the impact of 4 years of dragging this out to get justice for Sedgwick Lofton and his family. Please consider that we would like a speedy end to this, and we would like to see justice, and we would like to see that the officers that are involved be terminated from Sedgwick County if they find for the plaintiff. Please consider this, because it'll be 5 years coming up this September that we have been fighting for justice for Sedgwick Lofton and his family. We'd also like to continue to see changes made in JIAC, whether it's adding sound, whether it's putting body cameras on staff, whatever that looks like to keep our youth safe and to keep this from happening again. I would stand for any questions. I assume there won't be any, but I want you to know that the public's eye is on this, the media's eye is on this, and people will be looking to this commission to lead with integrity and with justice. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners? All right. Thank you. Wanda?
Good morning, LaWanda DeShazer, and Ryan Beatty is my commissioner. So again, just thank you all for the work that you do. I too have been sitting in for the last 2 weeks or so on the Sedgwick Lofton civil trial, and I really try to look at it from a different perspective, because I've been mentoring youth for over 20 years, and believe me, I've ran across every type of kid you could imagine, right? Every kid, the good kids, the perceived good kids, the perceived bad kids. I've been there. My family has a wrestling program. We have been doing work with young people for my cousin Charles Knox longer than I have. We've been doing this. And so sitting in that trial and watching video after video, hearing that young man cry for help, it just, I'm going to say, be honest, it broke my heart. I'm like, because I've been with kids that are hard to control. I've been with kids I wanted to take off my belt and go old school and give them a spanking. I've been there. But the pastor this morning talked about the vulnerable. He talked about the hopes and the dreams. Cedric Lofton's hopes and dreams will never be realized. He was one of our vulnerable that needed help, and we failed him. And so as eyes are looking at this case, I hope the right outcome is we get the right outcome. Even if that looks like firing those people, because what if my son ended up at JIAC or JDF? I want him to come home. And if the county is okay with those same people, whether it was excessive force or the right amount of force, it was somebody's kid. And I volunteer in JDF. It was somebody's kid. And so I'm hoping the right outcome does present itself. We cannot have people in there that have been accused, no matter what the court says, they were part of something that killed someone. You can't get away from that. And so I'm just hoping that, again, we do the right thing. We protect our vulnerable. We make sure the hopes and dreams of our kids are realized. And when we put them in a position where they expect to be protected, where parents are like, I need help. My kid is having a mental breakdown. We need help. That they get the help that they need. And I hope that Sedgwick County shows itself moving forward as the leadership that we're looking for. All of us are citizens of Sedgwick County, and so I just hope that the right thing happens. We can't change the past, but we definitely can change the trajectory of the future. Let's look out for our vulnerable. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. If that's all the speakers, I'd like to make a motion to receive and file public comment.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. Next item, please.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, regular meeting minutes of January 7, 2026.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion for consideration to add items A and B for our minutes. Does anybody see any changes that need to be made in the changes or corrections? If not, I'll make the motions to approve items A and B.
Second.
Motion made and second. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. Next item.
Appointments.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Justin Wagoner, County Councilor. Item C is a resolution appointing Kirsten Robinson to the Sedgwick County Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Advisory Board as recommended by Commissioner Beatty. The recommended action is to adopt that resolution.
Commissioner Beatty?
Yeah, thank you for that, Chairman. Thank you, Justin. Kristen has been involved in this community for many, many years. She's also someone that was historically Miss Unstoppable over at Ability Point. I see Kevin Fish from Ability Point is here and all the work. One of the things that we knew was a need here on this board, the IDD board, was someone that has lived experience and someone that has dealt with these systems, dealt with internally, and understands from a different perspective some of the needs and can be a voice in the room and at the table. So Kirsten was that person. She's remarkable in so many ways, and she is still Miss Unstoppable. So I'm delighted to make a motion to appoint Kirsten Robinson to the Sedgwick County Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Advisory Board.
Okay, we have a motion, and I'll second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. Welcome.
Morning, Commissioners. All right, please raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Kansas, and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Sedgwick County Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Advisory Board, so help me God.
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
If you'd like to say anything.
Thank you for letting me serve on the advisory board. I'm honored to share my lived experience to help others.
That's good.
All right, thank you very much. Any comments, Commissioner?
No, Kirsten, thank you so much. You're remarkable. Your voice is going to be really needed in that room, so thanks for willing to serve.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, next item.
New business, item D, a resolution declaring it necessary to construct improvements to existing roads in Sedgwick County, Kansas, under the authority of K.S.A. 68-5103, providing for the issuance of general obligation bonds to pay the cost thereof, and providing for publication of this resolution as required by law. 2026 road projects.
Good job, Madam Clerk.
Morning, Lindsay.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commission. Lindsay Poverso, your CFO, and I am joined right up here by Garth Herman, who is our bond counsel with Gilmore and Bell. So I'm going to intro the item and then have him walk through because there are some details on this. So as you know, each year you adopt a capital improvement program as a part of your budget. The one project that is listed today was included in your 2026 adopted CIP, and it was intended, you can see the total cost estimate of the project is $1.25 million, but of that, $500,000 is estimated to be reimbursed to the project through a future bond sale. So there are some logistical things and some hoops that we always need to jump through whenever we talk about issuing bonds, and so this is the first part of that process after you approve a CIP to adopt a resolution basically stating your intent to do this. So I'm going to ask Garth to come up here. There are some special considerations that you'll see under legal considerations, and I would just ask him to walk you through those real quick.
Morning, Garth.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Garth Herman with Gilmore and Bell, the county's bond counsel. As Lindsay mentioned, this resolution is the state law action that the county takes in order to authorize bonds to finance a portion of the cost of this road project. The method to do that requires adoption of a resolution, and then that resolution will actually be published once a week for 2 consecutive weeks in the official newspaper, followed by a 90-day protest period. At the expiration of that 90-day protest period, then the county will have the legal authority to issue the bonds to finance the portion of the project that's been authorized herein. As usual, you will not issue a single bond issue just for this project. This project will be included with additional projects in a single bond issue, to be done in order to be more cost effective with the county's money. But as Lindsay mentioned, this is kind of the first step in that process. So with that being said, I'll pause to take any questions.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions? All right.
All right. Well, with that, Commissioners, the action that you need to take is basically adopt the resolution that was attached to authorize these actions. So unless you have questions for me from the financial perspective, I would encourage you to go ahead and adopt that resolution.
Okay. All right. If there's not any other questions, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to adopt the suggested resolution.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item E, approval of statement of final costs and assessment roll. Establish a public hearing regarding proposed special assessments for certain road improvement projects in the county and provide notice thereof.
Morning, Lynn.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Lynn Packer. I am your Director of Public Works and County Engineer, and we are here today seeking approval of a statement of final costs and the assessment roll, and then establishing a public hearing regarding proposed special assessments for certain road improvements. What we are basically doing here is we have 4 special assessment projects that have completed construction. We've gone through and worked with finance and determine the final costs for those projects. And the first one is Rachel Brook Estates paving for Phase 1. It involves the 25 lots that are highlighted in blue and had a base authorization of $1.15 million. Actual cost came in at just $630,000. The second project that we are seeking this approval is Rachel Brook Estates for the drainage. The drainage occurred over all 84 lots. And it was approved for $1.8 million. Actual cost came in at just over $1.1 million for that project. The next one is Blue Stem Estates paving. Again, all 20 lots are part of that assessment with an authorization of $1.3 million. The final cost being applied would be $867,705.88. And the last project is Four Oaks Edition for the paving of the cul-de-sac street. All 8 lots that surround that cul-de-sac are in the petition and area with a base authorization of $600,000. The final cost came in at just over $500,000. I am here today with Garth Brooks.
Once a year.
And all I did this morning was say, just don't do that.
Last year too.
He's got his guitar and hat with him, so he will be singing a song for us later on.
That's hilarious.
But Garth Herman will come up and go through the details of the projects and what we do here every year. And hopefully I've got that done for the rest of this year, and we're done with that.
All right. Sing us a tune, Garth.
Well, I apologize. Nobody quite as famous or as charming as Garth Brooks. You just have Garth Herman, County's Bond Counsel from Gilmore and Bell. Appreciate you having me here again this morning. Up until that very end, Lynn was doing such a good job of kind of explaining these projects and that process. And this is the first part of the process in assessing the cost for those 4 projects back against the property owners that will ultimately lead up to the county's bond issue that you're going to do later this spring in order to permanently finance those costs and reimburse the county from the bond proceeds for actually building those. All 4 of those projects were previously authorized by the county pursuant to the resolutions that you can see up there back in 2023 and 2024 at the initiative of the property owners within those benefit districts who are now, having those costs assessed back against them. The assessment roll and the statement of final cost and the notice of the public hearing all match the requirements that were requested in the petitions and included in those resolutions. By taking the action today to accept that statement of final cost for those 4 projects and provide notice to the property owners of the upcoming public hearing and the estimated amount of the special assessments, you're following the state law and the county's charter resolutions that apply to these projects. After assuming approval of these documents, the next step will be mailing to the affected property owners the notice to let them know about the public hearing that will be held on March the 4th here at the Board of County Commission meeting. They will receive that notice by mail along with an estimate of the amount of their assessment per lot in total. There will also be a published notice to alert the community at large of the upcoming notice of public hearing as well. Subsequent to that, at the next meetings after you hold the public hearing, at that time you'll have another resolution to consider that will formally levy the assessments in those amounts shown against the property, subject to a prepayment period that will occur after that public hearing. So to the extent any of the property owners at that time want to prepay their assessment in whole or in part, they're able to do that. To the extent those are not prepaid, then those assessments will be put on the tax rolls following the bond sale and repaid over 15 years with interest. So with that being said, I'll pause for any questions.
Okay. Any questions, Commissioners?
Hey, Garth, thank you, Chairman. Garth, thank you so much. Just really a question from my own personal purview and maybe for the public. All 4 of these special assessment districts, 100% of the owners of record requested this improvement through petition. What does statute say the threshold is in order for an improvement district to move forward and with specials?
A majority.
Just a simple majority?
Requires a majority in a couple of different ways, either a majority of of the owners or the owners of a majority of the property. However, it has typically been the case for county special assessments to get 100% petition, especially in situations like this where it's more of a developer-driven subdivision. Usually it is the developer who actually owns all of the property signing those petitions. Once the county accepts the petition and adopts those resolutions that are shown up there, those resolutions are then filed of record against each of those properties so that subsequent property owners are put on notice that their property may be subject to a special assessment in the future.
Okay, I think that's helpful. Just public awareness of how these things work and all four of these. And that's helpful information. Thanks, Garth.
Commissioner Howell?
That was kind of my question as well. So in this, so just to clarify, and you may have already said this, I apologize for my question, but there is a unanimous, every single lot owner has agreed to these specials.
Yes. At the time the petition was signed, they were signed by all of the property owners. Generally speaking, that is a single entity a lot of times because they are all owned by the developer.
So are these developed lots, or in some cases, are they all undeveloped, waiting to be developed?
I'm going to turn that over to Lynn to provide kind of an update on the status of that.
And I guess I have a question, but when I get the answer, I have another question for you. Okay.
Okay, what was your last question?
Are these all developed lots, or are these waiting to be developed?
So 3 of the 4 were signed by the developer who owned 100% of the lots at the time, and that is standard practice for those. I do want to point out that for Oaks Edition, that is a almost fully developed area out there. The backup does indicate that it was signed by 100% of the owners of the record. However, I've been informed that we don't believe that's accurate. I do believe that there was 1 or 2 lots that did not sign the petition. And if I remember correctly, I think one of them was because they were not in a home at the time. They were out of country. But I know that it was not 100. My understanding is it was not 100% because those are all developed and individually owned lots.
So the other three of these proposals today are undeveloped?
Undeveloped, and the roads have been finished now, and they're starting to develop. At the time the petition was signed, they were owned all by the developer.
So the paving has not happened yet, though?
The paving has it. That's why we're going, this is in front of you, because we have finished those improvements.
I understand. So if the lots don't sell, are these special assessment taxes due and paid by the developer until the lots sell?
That is correct.
Okay.
If they hold it for the next 5 years, they've got to make 5 years of special assessment payments until they sell it.
All right. That's my only question. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Now I'd like to go ahead and take the recommended action to approve the statement of final cost, assessment roll, and notice of public hearing established March 4, 2026 at 9 a.m. as the date and time of the public hearing, and authorize a notice of such public hearing to be published and mailed as required by law.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Buba.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item F, a resolution declaring it necessary to build or repair existing bridges in the county under the authority of K.S.A. 68-1103 and providing for the issuance of general obligation bonds to pay the cost thereof. 2026 bridge projects.
Again, my
Lindsay.
compliments to the clerk. And again, I'm back. For the record, Lindsay Poverso, your CFO. This is the last time you have to talk to me today. So just bear with me for a little bit longer. So again, I'm joined by Garth Herman with our bond counsel, with Gilmore and Bell. I will not plan to call him up for this one, so unless you all need him. This one's a little more straightforward. So again, you all adopted a 2026 capital improvement project, or plan, excuse me. In that plan, you have, as you can see, 5 different bridge projects that are contemplated to be funded with a mix of both the sales tax that goes the half that goes to Road and Bridge, as well as $3.5 million worth of bond proceeds. So as Garth mentioned, that original item that we talked about for roads, that one item had $500,000 worth of bond cost. That is coupled with this $3.5 million, and so we would anticipate this being part of a larger bond issuance. Most likely at the time of that bond sale, there will also be some facility projects that come along with that. So in this case, what we need you to do is authorize the resolution that essentially allows this work to begin, and then we have up to 18 months to finish that project and get reimbursed for those costs through the sale of a bond. So I would ask you in this case to go ahead and again adopt that resolution. It is contemplated in your financial forecast, so I don't think there's any surprises here, but I'm happy to answer any questions, or I'll call Garth back up should you have questions for him.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions? If not, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to adopt the resolution.
A second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Ha.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Buba.
Thank
Aye.
you, Commissioners.
Motion passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item G, CON 2025-00141, conditional use request in the county to allow recreational vehicle campground on properties zoned RR, Rural Residential District, generally located on the west side of South 159th Street East and within 1/4 mile north of East 63rd Street South, 6255 South 159th Street East.
Scott.
Good morning. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department, here to present this item. And as you heard, the applicant is requesting a conditional use in order to allow a recreational vehicle campground at the site. So in the past, I know that there have been approvals of RVs. This one is a little bit different because this is actually for a campground. So think of it more like a K.O.A. type facility. This item is being heard today because the recommendation from the MAPC is for denial. The application was protested, and the applicant is appealing the MAPC recommendation of denial. In terms of the request, the applicant has indicated that they would like to operate an RV campground on the property. The property is currently developed with a single-family dwelling and related outbuildings. The applicant has indicated they intend to continue living at the site and to manage the proposed campground. The applicant has also indicated that they would provide electricity and water hookups to each RV stall. The applicant has been in conversation with staff from MABCD, and it has been noted that the campground use would likely require the lagoon to be improved and enlarged. In terms of the property, as you can see here on the aerial, the site is generally located to the north and west of 63rd Street and 159th. It consists of one ownership parcel, is approximately 4.8 acres in size, is zoned rural residential, and currently developed with a house and related outbuildings. In terms of the context and surrounding, as you can see here, all of the properties around it are zoned RR, rural residential. The ones to the east, the reason why they show up in just a blank white is because they are in Butler County. And that is the one to the east in Butler County is developed with a large lot, single-family residential use. As well, so are the ones to the north, all surrounding the rest of the property. They are also developed with single-family uses. In terms of the staff report provides additional information about use definitions, screening, and paving requirements. In terms of review, on November 13th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing for this item and ended up deferring the item to their December 18th meeting. At their November meeting, the MAPC encouraged the applicant to identify possible additional conditions of approval that could help address some of the concerns of members of the public. At the November hearing, there was one member of the public who spoke in opposition to the application with the following concerns: the proximity of the RVs to their dwelling, incompatibility of a campground with the surrounding residential uses, the transient nature of the RV campground users, traffic safety on the gravel roadway nearby, possible odor and noise, water usage, possible light pollution, and security concerns. On December 18th, the MAPC considered the application for a second time. and the applicant provided additional conditions of approval for them to consider. And those conditions were that no vehicle, RV, or truck or such shall be permitted to park along the north property line within 115 feet of the east property line, that the maximum number of RVs would be no greater than 20, and does not include the applicant's RVs that they own. And then the third one was that the maximum stay shall be no more than 8 months within a 12-month period, and that the applicant would maintain a logbook. 7 members of the public spoke at that hearing in opposition to the application. They communicated the same general concerns as those expressed at the prior MAPC meeting, but also added that early or late hours of operation of the RVs would be a concern. Increased impervious surfaces creating additional runoff were also a concern. And third, that there was a concern about how any of the conditions under consideration would be enforced. The MAPC ultimately recommended denial of the application, and that vote was 10-2. 7 protests were received against this application. They totaled 32% of the protest area and exceeded the state threshold of 20%. Therefore, any approval of the conditional use would require a supermajority vote of 4 out of 5 votes. In addition, the applicant submitted an appeal of the MAPC recommendation. This appeal does not affect the vote, but is one cause that triggers it to be non-consenting. In terms of the recommended action, the MAPC recommends that that the County Commission adopt the findings of the MAPC, deny the conditional use request, authorize the chairman to sign the resolution, and authorize the resolution to be published. Alternatives include the following. You can override the MAPC, adopt alternative findings, and approve the application, and that requires 4 out of 5 votes because it is an override. Or, as always, you can return the case to the MAPC for further consideration with a statement specifying the basis for the failure to approve or deny, and that requires just a simple majority. So with that, I'll take you through some of the photos and graphics. So here's the zoning map that was described earlier. Here's the aerial showing the different uses in the area, and again, the pink dashed line is the county line. Here's the map of the future growth concept map showing it's not in a future growth area for any of the cities. Likewise, the map for the urban areas of influence is not in an urban area of influence for any cities. Here's the site plan that was submitted by the applicant along with the application. Here's the protest map. Again, the protests were 32%, so exceeded the 20% threshold. And here are photos from the site and the surrounding area. So this is looking at the site and the structures present. A little bit of a close-up here, and then looking around to the north, to the south. All right, and with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Commissioners, at this time, I'd like to see if any commissioners would like to disclose any ex parte communications you have with the parties.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have not had any ex parte communications that I recall.
Yep. Thank you, Chairman. I've had 0 ex parte communication. I remain open-minded. Facts of the case.
Okay. I have had 0 ex parte communication as well.
I have not had any ex parte communication.
Surprisingly, I don't think I've had any either. So,
all right, commissioners, do you have any questions? All right. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Howell.
All right, thank you, Chairman. So, a couple questions here. How's this lagoon going to work? How big does it need to be for 20 RVs to be using a lagoon?
That's an excellent question. I do not know the answer to that one. The applicant indicated that they have been in discussions with MABCD, but I would defer to MABCD for specifics.
He's walking in the door. We might get him to come up and answer the question in just a minute. Give him a chance to catch up here. Okay. But just the way this would play out. I mean, if it was a trailer park, for example, mobile home park, I would assume they would have a distributed system that each of the sites would have its own connection to the sanitary sewer, or whatever that would be. In this case, is this planning just to be like a dump site on the property, or is this going to be distributed so they set up their camper, if you will, and they don't move that for 8 months? how do they connect to the sewer if it's going to be, unless it's a distributed system, everyone has their own connection type of thing?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the connections for sewer. That might be something that the applicant could shed a little bit more light on. The other thing I would offer too is that there was discussion about, I believe at the MAPC, about them even using the restrooms in the buildings, but I don't know if that's the sole possibility for them.
Typically, when we size lagoons, it's based on the number of bedrooms or number of adults, if you will, or humans, I guess, that are on a site, and that lagoon is sized according to the building space. If this was 20 dwelling units, I would think that you have to take into account at least a couple of adults, maybe 2 or 3 people per RV potentially. You have to size that. So it could be 50 or 60 people potentially using this lagoon.
Yes, and there was an indication that the applicant indicated they acknowledged that they would have to increase the size of the lagoon, but in terms of the specifics about how that would function, I'm not
Do we normally allow community lagoons for, let's say you had 20 dwelling units in a neighborhood, in a rural residential area, will we allow 20 units to use one lagoon?
Chris, are you able to help out with that one?
Thank you, Chris, for coming. I got all kinds of questions for you, apparently.
Yes, good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Chris Laborm, MABCD. To your question, Commissioner Howell, I've never seen one that large. We have some that are on maybe 8 or 10 houses, so legally we could allow it. It is not likely we would. In this case, we estimated that the best we could and have told the owner they would have to double the size of the current lagoon. Is basically
double the size?
So yes, double.
How big would that be?
Size. I don't know the exact dimensions, but
it's like the largest lagoon you've ever seen. How big is that? 100 by 100 feet, roughly.
I haven't seen one that big, but maybe 20 by 40.
Yeah. Can you imagine 50 or 60 people using this lagoon?
And where the usage would be sporadic, and we don't know, it would be up to the applicant as to how they plan to actually get to connect to the lagoon or to do clean outs. I would assume that they would put a few clean outs in place, and that those clean outs would go to the lagoon.
Is it your understanding they would have like a distributed system, so each of the RV sites would have its own connection to the sewer?
That would be one option that they could explore. Again, I would assume they would probably put a few stations in, and you'd have to take your.
Does our plumbing code even allow for this?
I'm sorry?
Plumbing code, does it even allow for that type of a installed system for a lagoon?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I have a question, I think, for probably Lynn Packer, since he's in the room, probably. Still, we're talking about 20 units. What would be a reasonable vehicle count per day for 20 residential units, if you will? These are RVs in this case, but how many vehicles per day would I plan to?
That would greatly vary. Usually, sometimes they come with a follow vehicle that allows for the RV to stay and then have vehicular access to local attractions. Sometimes they don't. So, worst case scenario, if you had all 20 RVs there, you could be looking at, 300, 400 trips per day. I don't think it would ever trip anything like that. I think you'd be mostly looking at fewer trips, probably, not even touching 100 to 200 trips a day.
My presumption is if they're going to connect to the sewer, they're not going to want to pick up all their connections, if you will, and drive the RV into town to go shopping and come back. And my guess is they would have a secondary vehicle, and that vehicle might be a passenger vehicle of some sort, in and out. So that would be, in that situation, potentially a couple of 100 trips per day. I think normally we use 10 vehicles per day per unit. So
that's for
reasonably 200, if you will.
Yeah, and that's that assumes 4.3 people per house. In a single.
In this case, maybe it's a little bit less, but it's still going to be, a fairly good number. If we were to develop this land and have 20 dwelling units on the land, would there be a paving requirement for the road? Because this is a gravel road on 153rd Street.
It is, and it's maintained by the township. This would potentially, we would have to look at, we would be able to go back into the traffic engineering handbook and figure out the appropriate trips per day. Given what's already out there, plus what's there, there's a very good chance it'll trip our requirements for paving.
Okay. So my questions for now. Thank you so much. I look forward to the hearing.
Any other questions, Commissioner Wise?
Yeah, just one question. After looking at some of the pictures that was provided in our packet, has it already been utilized as an RV site? I couldn't tell if one of the pictures was showing where their bedroom window was and then just images of what an RV would look like there, if those are actual RVs in that picture.
Yes, I believe that those photos, if they were submitted by a member of the public, they were also brought up at the MAPC meeting, and they were intended to illustrate what it would look like if the RVs were sitting there. Now, of course, I'll defer to the member of the public if they're here to help shed some more light on that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. If there's no other questions, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. You'll have 5 minutes. Please state your name and address. And Chris and Kip Straight, I believe you're the first ones on the. Good morning.
You. Hi, good morning. I'm Chris Straight, and I live at 6231 South, 159 East in Rose Hill. And that was my picture, and that's just me making squares. So, yeah, thank you. All right, me and my husband, we've lived at this address for 33 years. Our house sits just north of the proposed RV park. Our bedroom window is 100 feet away. This is a quiet, rural residential area, and we enjoy it very much. We propose the RV park in our neighborhood for the following reasons. Golden factor number 1, adjacent homeowners have invested in stable housing. All adjacent properties are fixed and permanent. Our homes are used as primary residence for families. The value of our properties has greatly increased over the years, making our home our biggest investment. Transit trailer use is proven to reduce nearby property value. The transit RV owner may not have the same investment in the community as the homeowner, causing deterioration of the area. Golden factor 3 and 7. There would be an overcrowding of traffic on our narrow dirt road. I have spoken to Gibson Township, the company currently treating the road. They have one maintenance worker for 55 miles. They stated there would be no way to keep up with the demands of the RV traffic. I have added a letter from the Gibson Township to your handout. I believe their professional opinion is the only opinion that should be taken into consideration regarding the road. The proposed RV park has one driveway for entrance and exit. If that driveway is missed, where's the RV going to turn around? My driveway? My neighbor's driveway? The narrow road would make it almost impossible without hitting our mailboxes and going into the ditch. There would also be an increase of hazards for local traffic, children, and pedestrians. Golden factor number 5. Improper waste disposal can result in odor and contaminate the surrounding areas. If improper bacterial treatment is used, the environment can be polluted with harmful toxins. The generators in RV parks can cause pollution. Uncertainty of what parking light would be used. Will it be shining in our bedroom light all night? A high demand of drinking, bathing, and waste disposal constrain our water resources. A continual change of campers could give an uneasy feeling of security and privacy. As with stable living homes, we are able to know if criminals are living by us. So how does that work for RV owners? The applicant would like an area to also be designated for tent living. What does that look like in the way of multiple campfires only 100 feet away from my home? There is a concern about noise from RV guests, tent occupants, and their pets all hours of the night. Golden factor 8. We have submitted 25 signatures and letters from neighbors opposed of the RV park, as well as 14 formal protests from neighbors within 1,000 feet. During the previous two staff meetings, the applicant was asked that due to the close proximity to our home, that no RVs be outside our bedroom window. As you can see by the picture submitted, and there should be another one. Is that me doing it here? Oh, they're right there. Thank you. As you can see by this picture, there was no compromise made to move them away from our home. The applicant also did not waver on the amount of RVs he would like. The original request by him was 20 to 25. The staff asked him to consider 10. No compromise was made here either. The applicant was asked to consider a 6-month maximum stay period. He wants 8 unless they are deployed military that can't get back to move their RV. So there's no way to know what that means. I assume anything between 6 and 36 months, making it a multifamily temporary housing location. We feel the staff revisions from the applicant showed little concern for fellow neighbors and the committee's recommendations. Even with these conditions placed, when we asked how the conditions would be enforced, the staff and the lawyer there stated only an attempt could be made to enforce them. Please consider if attempt would be good enough for you and your family's security and privacy in regards to a multifamily temporary housing within 100 feet. Lastly, never did the 25 of us on this petition think we would ever move to a rural residential area, spend years investing in it, that we would be fighting to keep it due to one individual. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners? All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, if I might, and if I missed this, and I apologize, I didn't mention earlier, I think traditionally we've had the applicant go first on public comments. Not saying that, I mean, obviously it doesn't have to be that way, but I would just suggest that in case you might wish to do that.
Is the applicant here? Would they like to come speak? Okay. All right. Brian, you're on the next case, correct? Next case, yes. Yep. Okay. Mary Martin. Okay. Paul Martin. Okay. Jared Schroeder, you're on the next case too, right? Okay. Brad Bass.
Thank you, Commissioners. Brad Bays, 6141 South 159th, just north of this property. I just wanted to confirm and make sure that my voice was heard, that I am still completely opposed to this idea, and that she did a great job of saying all the exact reasons, but mainly it's security for my family and solid waste runoff. We're all downhill from this, so the whole entire area is 100% rural with basically farmland with cattle or hay fields or horses. There's not anything like this anywhere in the vicinity. So with that, thank you. I won't take any more time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the speaker? All right. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and open the hearing to anyone else that would like to come up and speak. If you do, please come up and speak your name and address.
Morning. My name's Eric Nesper. I live at 15606 East 63rd Street South. I'll start with Mr. Howell. You had a question about the dumping of the waste. I've worked in the RV industry for about 15 years. Generally, what it is a pipe that comes up out of the ground. Oops, excuse me. A hose comes off of the RV, plugs into that, and then you open a valve and it's gravity drained into whatever waste containment center. So that's how that works. Our lagoon, I'm kind of guesstimating here, is 40 by 40 for a family of 4. My concerns are, one, we've got 4.98 acres, I believe. 4.86. How many people is that actually going to be? If you have a family of 4 come in and stay for a month, and you're full, let's use his low number of 20, that's 80 people living on that small area for a month. You've got the noise pollution just from people, and we have a very quiet neighborhood right now. We have trash that's going to blow because it's windy out there. You've got the odor. You're going to be running generators. They burn diesel. You're going to be running aqua-hots, which is a hot water system and an actual heating system. It runs off diesel. Those run continually. And then there's the road concern. Also, you ask about secondary vehicles per coach. Have you seen the RVs that are like has a little van front? People will drive those into town because they're not very big. But if you're talking about an 80-foot coach, they all tow trucks and cars because are you going to try and drive that down to Old Town and find some place to park it? How is he going to limit when they come and go in their private vehicles? Now, he may have said, oh, there's a check-in cutoff at 10 p.m. Well, people get delayed. So how is he going to tell them, no, you can't come in? And at 10 o'clock, they've rolled past our house in their semi and their diesel engine. Are they going to want to get on the road early? Are they going to be firing that thing up at 5 o'clock in the morning, letting it build air because they can't drive until they come up to a ride height? You have to run the engine to bring it up to ride height. Then you've got to pull out, you've got to hook up your secondary vehicle. How long is that thing going to be idling out there before it ever even drives away? That's pretty much all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
Okay. Commissioner Howell?
Thank you. I do have a question for you. Eric, is it?
Uh-huh.
So the RVs that you're speaking of has a hose that you plug into the dump site. Normally, again, I'm thinking about it like a campground at a lake or something.
Mm-hmm.
They would relocate that RV. That connection's not at the remote site where they're parked for the week. They move the RV to the dump site.
I don't know how he's going to do this.
Yeah, that's my question.
It's possible that there could be a centralized location where everybody goes to, or, he's going to run electricity to every single spot. Is he also going to run a dump station or a dump pipe to every single spot?
Those are some of my questions as well. I may ask our planning staff some more of those questions when we're done with the hearing here. But again, I just want to say I understand the connection that you're speaking of, and I can envision that like at a lake campground where someone would relocate their RV at the end of the weekend to clean up and remove their waste.
Well, and the other thing too is this is not just wastewater like you ran your sink. This is bodily fluids.
Right.
And I don't know, I have personally smelled it when that hose comes out of the pipe and it just pours out onto the ground.
Sure.
It's horrendous.
All right, that's all my questions for you. Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker. Thank you very much. Any other questions, Speaker? Okay. Go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Molly Nesper. I live at 15606 East 63rd Street South. Before my husband was an RV expert, he was on the mounted unit for Wichita. We moved out into the country with horses. Currently, we don't have any horses. But if we were to sell our house, the draw of being out in the country is that you're able to live a quiet life. Our house is our biggest investment. That is where our wealth lays right now. I don't want to jeopardize, if we were to sell, the fact that somebody coming in with horses is going to have an RV park there. Who knows? People want to pet horses. They want to interact. Are they going to, that's going to affect our sale. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. The hardship would not be on Mr. Drone. The hardship would be on us. And we don't have anything against RV parks, but when you drop one right in the middle of a bunch of residents, that seems like one person is not thinking of the greater whole, and we're not in support of that. Any questions?
Any questions, commissioners? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak?
Hello, my name's Kip Strait. I'm at 6231 South 159th. My wife had the pictures up of the RVs 100 foot from our property. This is a quiet rural residential area, and we want to keep it that way. It was depicted in our last meetings about commercials being in the area of a trucking company across the street. That's a guy who parks his truck there, who owns his own truck. There's not trucks coming and going. So anyway, we have concerns about fires. You know, if you're camping, you want to have a little campfire out there. How many of those are going to be going on? We're concerned about our properties, our pastures. I do own a horse that's out there. I don't want it messed with by people coming in. We don't know who they are. We're just opposed a temporary residential because we've been here for as long as we have. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else? If not, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the bench. Commissioners, any other questions or concerns? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Chairman. I have a number of questions still. Scott, would you be willing to come up?
Yeah, certainly.
The 4.86 acre area for this, is that the entire lot, or is that just an area that's reserved for the RV parking?
It's the entire lot, sir.
So if you were to break that down, how much of, again, they show a site plan, about how much of the 4.86 acres is designated to the RVs, roughly?
Well, what they've shown and what's been discussed is really this area around this oval driveway. So areas to the north, areas to the south, and I think even tent camping or uses in the middle. So
RVs would be in that section?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But they wouldn't go farther back maybe than halfway?
No, I don't believe so, and I can show you. We'll flip back to the site plan just to verify that. So here's a site plan. It says RV sites up here. He's got parking down here. He's got sites. Oh, well, I stand corrected, sir. It looks like it does show camp RV sites out here. So the ones that have been discussed the most in the MAPC meetings were the ones around the driveway, but it does appear he does have that.
Out of the 4.86 acres, however, some of the land has to be reserved for the lagoon and for the driveway and for the trash and other things. So I don't know how much of the 4.86 acres is actually for RVs, but it's obviously not 4.86. It's something much less.
That's correct. It is. I think one thing to consider is that we've got the lagoon, looks like up in this area. We've got the RVs in this portion. We've got RVs in this portion. We've got tent camping in this area. I'm afraid I can't read what's printed on this.
There's tent camping as well.
Yes, sir.
How many tents can be there?
I don't know, sir. I don't think.
So there's 20 RVs, but there's additional people staying there, not just the 20 RVs.
Correct, and I don't see any limitations on any of the conditions on the tent camping.
Maybe I missed that detail earlier, but so we don't really know how many. So you have 20 RVs, potentially could be, let's just say 50 people, but there may be another 10 or 15 tents, or we don't know.
That's correct.
And they could have who knows how many people in those.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about, is there any discussion about things like running generators or pets or trash or anything like that? How are they planning to manage any of those things?
It did come up. I don't want to speak for the applicant, but what I recall from the discussion was that when it came up about noise from the generators, he emphasized that he would provide the electrical hookups. As far as trash, I don't believe that there was any specifics provided on that.
But there's not necessarily a requirement that they would be connected to electrical. So again, if they're in a tent or if they have an RV and they don't want to be connected to electrical, presumably they would have a generator running. Am I wrong to think that?
No, I think that's correct.
I cannot imagine what that would sound like. It seems like there may be a problem. I guess a question for Chris. I'm sorry, Chris, you're still there. Unless you leave, you're going to be subject to being called up. I apologize, man. I've been thinking about this lagoon. It seems to me that this lagoon can only handle again, I said 50 people in the RVs, and that's maybe the right number, but now we're talking about potentially a lot more than that. How possibly would this lagoon handle that much input?
So I was able to contact Tim Wagner after the last question. So he calculated this at 6 to 15 gallons per campsite per day, which we think would be sufficient. Would make for a very large lagoon. So this is what we call an M50 lagoon. So with fence and everything, it's about 50 feet. So we would have them double that with a second cell. So it would be 100 foot by 100 foot. Now that's that includes berm, fence, etc. So the actual lagoon is not quite that big. But we do calculate that it would handle that easily, but it is obviously a very large lagoon, and certainly understand the concerns that they would either have to place a hookup, one or more clean outs that would then go to the lagoon, or potentially put a clean out at each site that would then have to connect. I'm sure they would connect together on their way to the lagoon, may even have to be pumped with a lift station to get there.
I was going to say, has anybody looked at the topography of this land? Because if they have RVs in the front, and let's just say there is a connection towards the east side of the property, the lagoon being sited where it shows on that site plan, that again being a gravity drain.
Yeah.
I don't know how you would do that if the land doesn't have a natural slope down to that point, if that would even work. I mean, it seems like there should be a topographical assessment on whether this even makes sense at all.
And there would be, yes, sir. So the way the lagoon is oriented from the house right now, of course, that works in that direction. So we would assume gravity would probably take care of the lots out front. That would have to be assessed for those in the back, but exactly, they would have to, whether via gravity or via a lift type function, they would have to ensure that the water is pushed to the lagoon, that the sewage is pushed to the lagoon, I should say.
In terms of water connections, is there any? How would you do a water connection that provide water to 20 units?
And my understanding, Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, is that they would do that with wells or
water wells.
The well. Correct.
Thank you. That was an area of discussion, actually, a topic of discussion at the MAPC meeting. There was a question about how he would get water service, because he expressed an intention to have water connections for all of the RV sites. When asked by members of the MAPC, he indicated that he had looked into getting rural water district service, and that he indicated there's a line that runs in front of the property. I believe it's in 159th Street. That he could connect into, and then provide the cost estimate. I think it was around in the thousands of dollars in order to connect to that.
How many thousands?
I think it was somewhere around 4,000, I believe. It's in the MAPC minutes. I'll see if I can find it, but it's like 4,000 or 6,000, somewhere in that ballpark.
They're going to bury a water line to 20 sites, and they're going to do that for $4,000?
No, sir. This is just for the connection to the rural water district line in front of the property.
Okay. All right. This is very, very outstanding. One more question for you. I guess I should have heard or learned this earlier, but is there a residence on this property currently?
Yes, sir. There is.
Someone mentioned earlier there's not an address. Is that there is an address, correct?
I believe that there is.
Okay. Maybe I misunderstood what they said.
Yes. The address for the property, which is listed in the staff report, is 6255 South 159th Street.
And does this residence continue to plan on being a resident on the property?
Yes, the applicant indicated they do intend to continue residing there.
You'll point out on the site plan where this residence is?
I believe it's the one right in the middle. It says house, office, laundry, and shower.
I see a picture of that on the material here, but it doesn't really look like a house to me.
Yeah, I believe it's this structure right in the middle. So it's kind of got that barn dominium kind of look to it.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to make a motion at the appropriate time. I don't think I have any more questions at the moment.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner Howell.
If there's no other questions, I would just tell you, this one, normally these zoning issues are very difficult because it's like everybody makes a great point and it's hard to figure out what to do. This one is not that way for me. This one seems egregiously put together in such a way that I could probably talk for the next hour on reasons why this should not happen. This does not make sense to me. If you wanted to add a couple of sites, I think maybe it was something to talk about potentially. But 20 RV sites and a tent campground, the number of people, the number of vehicles per day, no discussion of restrictions on generators, how to handle pets, how we're going to handle trash, how we're going to handle wastewater. There's no plan presented whatsoever. Considering the close proximity of neighbors, looking at the zoning golden factors for zoning, character of the neighborhood, this does not fit at all. This is completely different than what's already out there. Suitability of the subject property for the use of which it has been restricted. Let me just say this, not counting any reserves for the lagoon and the roads and stuff, we're talking about less than 100 by 100 foot section for each of these RVs if you use the entire 4.86 acres, which again, we're not going to. Looks like it's going to be much less than that. So these are fairly small amount of area for quite a lot of activity. And again, I don't think we talked about it here today, but the way to regulate this, again, someone says they're allowed to be there up to 8 months. We have no way to keep track of that. Someone could live out there on these sites for literally forever unless someone else is keeping track of it. And it becomes a code violation, then we're not going to be able to regulate this or to enforce this in any way. This is not zoned for that many people to be on this lot. If you tried to zone this in any other classification, we would have. We just did one the other day. It was a multifamily. Was a 19 MF19. That would be similar to this, and it's just a lot of people. In a very small space. I have a lot of concerns about this. I don't think I need to say any more. There's a lot of reasons why this should be denied. One of the reasons, of course, is the MAPC itself recommended denial, and professional staff has recommended denial. I don't think there's any way that this can possibly go forward. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion we would deny the application. Let me say this correctly. Hang on. Okay. State this correctly here. Okay. I make a motion we would deny the conditional use and follow the MAPC recommended action.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. And it's turned down 5-0. Next item, please.
Item H, ZON 2025-00057, zone change request in the county from RR rural residential to SF20 single family residential, generally located south of West 21st Street North and 150 feet west of North 263rd Street West.
Scott?
Yes, sir. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department again. So for this case, the applicant is requesting to rezone this site from rural residential to SF20. So that's a single-family zoning district. The applicant has indicated that they are requesting the zoning change in order to allow for smaller residential lots on the site. The SF20 district allows a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet per lot. So it's just about half an acre in size. The applicant has indicated they would like to develop 12 single-family dwellings on the site. And they do have a subdivision case, a plat, that is being considered. It's currently, I think it's been deferred to the next meeting or the meeting after, so it's in process. In terms of the property, the site is generally located to the south of 21st Street and to the west of 263rd Street. It's made up of one ownership parcel. It's just over 25 acres in size. It's zoned rural residential and is currently undeveloped. It's in agricultural use. And again, it's not platted, but that is currently being considered. In terms of context, properties to the north, south, east, and west are zoned rural residential, just shown here on the zoning map. Properties to the north and east are in agricultural and residential use developed with single-family dwellings. Properties to the south and west are in agricultural use only. In terms of the staff report, it provides additional information about the development standards and also septic systems. In terms of review, on December 18th, the MAPC held a public hearing for this item and recommended approval of the applicant's request, and that vote was 9-1. 4 members of the public spoke at that hearing in opposition to the application. The concerns that were raised included concerns about the availability of water, lack of adequate drainage, loss of agricultural land. In addition, some also expressed concerns with how the development process is occurring in the area in general. 5 valid protests were received against this application. The protest constitutes 27% of the protest area. It exceeds the 20% threshold established by the state, and therefore it would require a supermajority of 4 out of 5 votes in order to approve the zone change. In terms of recommendation, again, the MAPC recommendation is to approve the zone change request, authorize the chairman to sign the resolution, and authorize the resolution to be published. Requires, again, 4 out of 5 votes because of the protest. Alternatives include you can override the MAPC, adopt alternative findings, and deny the application. Because it's an override, that would require 4 out of 5 votes. Or, as always, you can return the case to the MAPC for further consideration with a statement specifying why. And that would require just a simple majority. So with that, I'll take you through some of the images and graphics. So here's the aerial map, which was described earlier. Here's the zoning map, again, was described earlier. Here's the map from the comprehensive plan showing it's not in an urban growth area. Same thing with urban areas of influence. It's not in one of those. Here's the protest map showing 27%. And you can see also that there were protests that were outside of the protest area, as well as one that was submitted. Looks like it was invalid. Maybe it was missing signatures because we have to have signatures of all the property owners. Here are photos from the site. It was kind of a foggy day, I guess, so, and surrounding area. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to ask commissioners if you had any ex parte communication with the applicant or any parties.
Mr. Chairman, I have not had any ex parte communication on this. Remain open. Thank you.
I've had no ex parte communication. I remain open-minded.
I've had no ex parte communication either.
I have not had any ex parte communication.
I've also had none. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Beatty?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Scott, thanks for the presentation. A couple questions on this. Obviously, the water discussion is the big focus in my mind as we start talking about any sort of rural development that is dependent on well water sources. Can you confirm this development would be dependent, fully 100% dependent on well water sources and not a municipal water source?
Yes, sir. It's very, very far away from any municipalities. The other thing I would add is that there was a question about rural water districts, and likewise, it's not in a rural water district area.
So for the foreseeable future, this is going to be 100% dependent on well water, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is 12 lots. So 12, we're talking about 12 residences. It's not a big number. It looks like it's going to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it 1 residence per 2 acres? Is that what we're looking at here? Or 1 resident per lot?
Because it's about 25 acres and they're talking about 12, so yeah.
What is our policy now in regards to this sort of situation? Do we have a policy? Where are we at in regards to residents that are dependent on well water sources, and what do we allow in unincorporated Sedgwick County in regards to how many residences per lot?
How many residences per lot? So,
or I'm sorry, how many lots do we, what is the ratio of lot comparative to things like lagoon, septic, things of that sort? What kind of policy do we have?
There's a lot of things that drive that number. First thing is zoning would be one of the number one things. So with this one, for instance, they're requesting rezoning so they can get a smaller minimum lot size. So currently, rural residential requires larger. They want to go to SF20, which would require 20,000 square feet, so about half an acre. But you can't necessarily develop a property with that size because you've got to meet you've got to meet sanitary code, and then you've also got to be able. Well, that's going to be the primary thing. So, so what happens is then it depends on really the building code process, and in terms of can you get the building code and what type of facility you're going to install, how much space does that require, what are the soils like, all of those are contributing factors. And I'll defer to MABCD staff to explain that further, but zoning is one part, sanitary code is another part.
Okay. I think I know the answer to this question because Commissioner Wise and I have been pushing on it. We really don't have a whole lot of policy on well water dependent developments in regards to the density. So what happens oftentimes is we voice concerns that if it gets too dense of a development that is well water dependent, that we can't guarantee a long-term water source or so not just the quantity of water, but the quality of water are things that we simply don't have a lot of mechanisms to guarantee. And there's a lot of concern about overdensity, and we don't have any ratios to guard what is or isn't. It's very subjective at this point in time. So we're working to actually establish some sort of protocol, some sort of policy and regulation. So those meetings, and I think you probably got a calendar invite yesterday, these are conversations that have been happening for the better part of a year and a half. As of right now, there isn't a policy. Here's my concern. 12 homes, 12 lots. In my view, I think we can grab water out there pretty quickly. Is that correct, Lynn or Susan? I mean, we're not, you get further south of here and we run into some challenges. I'm not as concerned about 12 lots. What I'm really concerned about is if for some reason they start doing lot splits. So after this gets approved and they go into the platting piece and they start splitting lots just to grab more density into this area, would that be permissible? Could the developer start doing lot splits after the zoning gets approved?
Yes, sir, they could. Because zoning establishes what the minimum size is, they would have to, of course, work out other details in terms of how they comply with the other codes, but theoretically they could, yes, sir.
Okay, that's a concern because we are looking and analyzing what we're doing here based on 12 lots with the assumption there will be 12 residences drawing from a well water source that I'm already a little bit concerned about. I have more concern knowing that there could be lot splits and 12 can turn into 25, could turn into 36 and so on. So our Deputy County Counselor is behind you. There's no protective overlay in the language here that would guard against future lot splits. Is that an option that we could consider?
Kirk Sponsel, Deputy County Counselor. Yes, Commissioner. I would say two things. First off, there is case law that suggests that the availability of water can and actually should be considered as part of your zoning considerations. And then more directly to your question, we do allow for protective overlays with the Unified Zoning Code. It gives multiple categories of what restrictions can be placed. One of those restrictions can be on the density or the number of dwellings within the given application area. So if you wanted, if it were the will of the board, you could request a protective overlay be imposed that limits the overall number of dwelling units. I believe that the request was 12 today, so if you wanted to, theoretically, you could impose a protective overlay limiting it to 12 dwelling units per the application process.
And it would be simply as just asking for a protective overlay. And we can limit it to 12, which is in the application. That's the conversation that's been ongoing. So we could cap it there with a protective overlay?
Yes, you could.
Okay, that's helpful. Talk to me a little bit about waste, sewer, things of that sort, septic. What are the options here on this sort of unincorporated land with no municipal services for sewer?
Yeah, given the discussion, Commissioner, we have looked at this. This will be advanced systems. So 3 acres and above can use a lagoon. You can request a variance to go to 2 acres. We would not grant that in this case, given the soil types, and they would not be eligible for septic given the soil types. They would need to go with an advanced system. To clarify as well, given that the wastewater requirement and the well requirement, the minimum lot size on this development would be 1 acre per residence. They could not go smaller than that.
That would be the minimum, you said?
Correct.
Okay.
So if they were to further split, they could not go lower than 1 acre per lot.
Okay, that's helpful. So some of the determinations you're making are based on soil samples, things of that sort. Do you feel that we should include in a protective overlay anything regarding septic, or do you, maybe that might be a counselor question, but I feel comfortable based on what you just told me, Chris, on some things, but I want to make sure that we're getting this correct in protective overlays to relinquish some of the hesitations and fears that I have.
Commissioner, I'm not necessarily closing the door to that line of thought, but if I may review momentarily, there are limitations on what we can include in a protective overlay.
Okay.
Those types of categories are prohibiting or limiting certain uses on the properties, decreasing the average density, as I previously referenced, increasing the lot area, lot width, or setback requirements, imposing restrictions on access to abutting properties, and any other specific development standards required or authorized by the Unified Zoning Code. What I would say with this is, as we get more technical into more details, as we're relying on different codes, sanitary code, the subdivision regs, stuff like that, then I would start to argue those are probably outside the basis of the protective overlay.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question. I think I have a good basis there, and it might be for Lynn or Susan. It's about water. And from the county engineer and our director of environmental resources, 12 lots on this land here, based on where we're at with water in this area, are there any concerns that we need to be aware of?
Susan Erlenwine with Environmental Resources. Depending on how many wells are put in, you'll have cone of depression for each of those wells that will expand out. And there have been cases of someone pumping so much that it draws the water table down below the base of other wells. I took a quick look at the Kansas Geological Survey information for this area. Most of the wells are deep, 70 to 100 feet, and the water table's up around 40 or so below the surface. So there could be negative consequences of too many wells in an area. That's what you're looking at right now, is restricting it to 12.
Would you be comfortable, in your opinion, on 12? Do you think? I know I'm asking probably an unfair question. I think you know that we have a lot of concerns about well water dependent.
And the quality.
Correct.
Yes. I'd have to look at it in more detail to answer that question.
Okay, that's all the questions I have right now. I'll hold back for a bit and other questions from commissioners, and then probably dig back in.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? If not, I'd like to go ahead and open up the public hearing. You'll have 5 minutes. Please speak your name and address. And Brian Wetta.
And Chairman, it might be worthwhile to inquire if the applicant's here first. Thank you.
Is the applicant here? Would they like to speak? Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Bill Fox with Garber Surveying Service, agent for the applicant. I think Scott presented all the information that we have very well, so I really don't have anything to add, but I would be willing to try and answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. Wise.
Hi, thank you for joining us. In the packet that we received, there was mention of water testing that had been done. I didn't see that we had the results, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but have you verified that well testing has been done and that it came back with positive, supporting what we're reviewing here?
Yes, I do have one well test that was done. The results of that test show an approximate availability of 20 gallons per minute.
Okay. Sorry, Susan, I'm going to probably ask you here, would that be considered sufficient? Is that what we're looking for on gallons per minute?
Excuse me. 20 gallons per minute is a good number for residential properties. And looking at the well data, quite a few of those wells, when they did list it, had 20. Some were down at 10, but 20 is a good number.
Okay. Thank you, Susan. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Jared Schroeder. Or Brian Wetta, sorry, Brian.
Thank you, Commissioners. Brian Wetta, 2855 North, 263rd Street West. I own the property right across the road to the north, so this parcel right here, and my brother lives here, and actually I just live 3/4 mile north, and my father lives, again, just about 3/4 mile north. Family farm, farmed here for 5 generations now. Have a lot of concerns about this. One of the major ones, or one that I guess I've already dealt with this summer. As you can see from the map, the drainage follows right here. It goes down the county ditch, then it goes down the township ditch, and then it moves across this way. We had a lot of rain this summer, so what happened is the ditch was not able to handle it. The water went across my property and tried to reconnect back over here, which is not the normal flow of water. And this has never happened. We've farmed this since 1998, and the only thing that's changed is there's a home here and a home here. There's actually one being constructed here currently, but that was not under construction this summer. So we introduced a road and 2 homes, and then all of a sudden the water does not permeate like it used to through the agriculture ground, and we've got extra runoff, and it goes in places the least resistance, and it goes across the property, which it was not designed to. I did speak to the county. They claim that they're going to clean this ditch. It still has not been done with the conversation this summer. What this does is also puts more pressure on our townships. Our townships are already strapped with usually just one worker, and so I talked to him, and he says that he is going to try to clean the ditch down to 63rd here as well to help handle this excessive runoff. So he's going to try to clean the ditch in this stretch. He's waiting on the county to do their work, and hopefully they help him round the corner and get that done. As far as planning for these subdivisions, there's just not enough planning to think about how it affects others and resources, especially for our townships. So that's one of my concerns, is that this runoff from all of these structures is going to go that way. Another is the groundwater that you guys are just talking about. It is not just 12 wells. As you can see, there's my brother's home across the road. There's an existing home. The Procs live there now. We've got that current subdivision that is being developed to the east. There are 2 homes there. So you're talking about, let's see, you got 12 there, 5 there. That's 17, 18, 19 wells in a pretty small area, plus again, my home and my father's to the north. All this groundwater is connected, so you're going to have a problem in the future is my thinking, especially when all of these homes have 1-2 acres of grass they'll probably plant, and they're going to water like a city home. And so it's not just drinking water, they're also going to be planting lawns and watering them, because that's what all these rural residents do. They plant 1 or 2 acres of fescue, and then they water it excessively. My last concern is just normal farming practices. Again, 5 generations we've been farming. We farm this parcel here, this parcel here, this parcel here, this parcel here. All of these people move out to the country, and they want to live out in the country, but are they going to be okay with me baling hay here at midnight across the road with my baler running and the lights shining? Are they going to be okay if we've got wheat there and they've got dust flying across the road during wheat harvest? Are they going to be okay when we're applying pesticides, which is a normal farming practice, and it's a necessity for our operations? We have to do this. We're going to be the best stewards we can and watch wind direction and all of those things, but are they going to be okay with that? So I guess I'd be rather willing to work with a smaller number of homes, but when you get 12 plus, well, now, like I said, 17 homes, because those other 5 homes are new to the area. we're bound to have a complaint at some point. I mean, we're going to do our best not to have that happen, but just normal farming practices are going to be affected. So those are a lot of my concerns right there. And it looks like my time is up. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? All right, thank you. And then Jared Schrader. Morning.
Morning. Thank you, Commissioners. Jared Schneider, 3400 North 247th. I farm on a farm I work with. We own this piece right here. Same thing that Brian kind of brought up, our farming practices up against these new houses and whatnot. My biggest concern with the proposed zone change, it's 5 miles outside of the comprehensive plan. You know, that is put in place. That was designed to arbitrate things of this nature. And it is discouraged in paragraph 4, section B. Why do we have these plans in effect if we're not going to abide by them? Then we might as well throw that book out and let's go to the races and let's just rezone everything. If he's trying to put, that is a 25 acre, and I think rural residential, if I recall, minimum lot size is 2 acres. Why are we trying to rezone it? Just for that straight fact of why we don't have a plat plan here. This is very unusual that we don't see what's going on, because as soon as the zone change goes on, that's when they can go to work. Prime example, right across from my house, they put a dog center in. The neighbors approached me, said, hey, we want to do this, kind of showed me a little bit of a layout, had the zone change to light commercial. I didn't argue it. I said, that's okay. By the time they were done, that place grew 3 times in size. I wish I would have never let them do it, because once they got the zone change, I cannot argue. I can't fight it. It's over with. So that's why we're here. And I just have some things to say about, I wish you guys would go back and look at the December 8th Planning Commission meeting. It's kind of disheartening. It was very sad that we go in there, voice our concerns, no questions were asked. One of the commissioners before our meeting ever got up or stood up, left, never came back. So no one was there to hear it. Several of them were playing on their phones. I know what a phone looks like if you're looking emails or anything else. We were scrolling while we were up there talking, not giving us their time and attention that we have sat there patiently and done. So I was very discouraged on the way it happens. They wanted it off their desk so fast, sent it to several people on the last one, last zoning case that we fought, and they were disheartened. They go, yeah, I couldn't believe that you guys, that was a joke, is what it was. So it's just, I don't know why this is trying to be a zone change. If we allow this to happen, obviously, they'll go do it anywhere else. What's going to stop us from just, why do we have rural residential then? Then let's SF20 everything in the county, and let's not have these meetings anymore. So those are my concerns.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioners?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one.
All right.
No, it's okay.
Anyone else from the public like to speak on this?
Okay.
If not, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission.
Kirk Sponson, Deputy County Councilor. Apologies, I just wanted to clarify one of my prior statements when I was opining on whether or not language could be referenced in regards to lagoons on the on a protective overlay. In looking again at the Unified Zoning Code, there is actually specific language regarding the amount of area that can be served by sewage lagoons. For an SF20, which is contemplated here, the language indicates that the minimum lot area for uses served by sewage lagoons shall be 4.5 acres, except that lot area for residential lots may be reduced to a minimum of 2 acres if approved by the Director of the Sedgwick County Code Enforcement, along with some other considerations. So I just want to clarify, yes, that could be considered a protective overlay, but with that said, the limitation already is at least 2 acres per lagoon. So I did want to clarify that. I also did want to point out, with all this discussion of water, at least from my notes, I don't have it on whether the testing indicated by the applicant agent was on the property or not. If you wanted to make that ask, you could. Certainly could steer the decision making.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple questions here. So right now, do we know specifically how this 25 acres will be subdivided in terms of how many acres per lot?
Sir, we do have a plat that was submitted. I do not have that with me now. It's been a process that's been started and running concurrently, but I do not have that. And we do not know if that will be approved either because it's still in the deliberation.
Are some of those 3 acres or more, or are they all less than 3 acres?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. And being a plat, is there a drainage plan built into that as well?
That is a requirement of a plat, is that you have to have an approved drainage plan.
And assume that with having 12 lots, that there would have to be some type of a road access. Is that coming off of 21st Street?
Yes, sir. There would have to be a road access. My assumption would be 21st Street. Otherwise, they would have to have some kind of access agreement with another property.
And 21st Street, just to clarify, it is a paved road, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
I guess he mentioned paragraph 4, section B of the comp plan. Can you please remind me what that is exactly?
Sir, I am actually looking that up right now, so I do not have that available, but I'll take just a couple minutes to look that up on my phone.
In the backup material, it says in his testimony to MAPC, it says the proposed development is 5 miles outside of the 2035 comp plan for high-density development, which is discouraged in location guidelines, paragraph 4, section B, plain as day.
Yes, sir. Well, I think this comes down to what you consider high intensity, high density. Similar issue that was discussed or has been discussed in the last few weeks here. At this point, SF20 is a zoning district that is found in the county. It's one that has been approved in the past, so it's not uncommon to see SF20. Rural residential is certainly more prevalent.
Right. And so again, being SF20, I guess I would presume that would not be considered high density necessarily. I mean,
no, we do not have any guidance that would indicate that it is. This is a fairly common zoning classification in the county. Again, not the most common. Rural residential by far is more common.
And although it sounds like if the soil tested properly, you said they cannot put the septic in, or you already stated they cannot do. Have they done soil testing already to prove that, or?
Sir, I'm going to defer to MABCD on that one.
Okay.
Commissioner Chris Laborm again. I don't know of specific soil tests on this parcel. We're basing that on soil tests on all the surrounding areas.
Again, if the soil tested acceptable, though, they would be allowed to put septic on these lots.
They could, but it is highly unlikely that would be an option. I'll state it that way.
And there's no soil testing required for, or maybe there is, for the lagoon system. That's not.
There is. Correct. Yes.
And what we assume is going to happen here is the alternative system.
Correct.
But it sounds like they have some other options potentially based on soil testing. So if soil tested acceptable, then they could potentially do any of the above.
And that is a true statement. They could request any of those options.
And even though, again, assuming that the plat would have 2 acre lots or larger, they could even do the lagoon as well. They could, if the soil testing came out favorably. So we really don't have any restrictions on, again, we're just following current law. There's no restrictions right now on how the wastewater would be handled on these lots. There's nothing in this that would necessarily steer us to any particular restriction.
Outside of sanitary code requirements, I believe that would be correct. So.
Okay. I would just, one of the previous speakers here today, I think the overlay, if we're going to envision, if you will, alternative systems on these 12 lots, we need to state that specifically in the overlay, because otherwise we don't know what will happen, and it could be anything. So I would probably prefer to at least speak to the issue. If we have an opinion, let's speak to it here before we approve this, if that's where we're headed. Thank you so much.
Okay. Commissioner Beatty?
I appreciate that. I appreciate the conversation, all the presentations, appreciate the comments, and appreciate generational farmers too. I'm just kind of, much to the councilor's chagrin, I'm going to talk a little bit more just open-minded on some thoughts here. Property rights matter a great deal to me. aesthetic quality and protecting a neighbor's view is not enough for me to deny property rights. But these water issues in this county have risen to a point, maybe not of crisis, but of significant priority that I think that we've got to get our minds around, because the development of these sort of residential subdivisions is not going to stop. And this might be the third or the fourth zoning case in the last few months that I've had the same conversations from the bench, is we've got to develop some sort of policy of what is or isn't too dense for a well water dependent subdivision. We're very subjective right now. My inclination is that 12, if we capped it at 12, maybe not. That's probably doable, but that's total speculation on my part. And I'm really not that comfortable dealing with an issue as important as water when I know that we can't stretch a municipal water source or a rural water source to these individuals that are out here. I'm not comfortable dealing in speculation, making decisions about water and the future longevity and sustainability of water. So, I know we have another meeting scheduled where we're going to talk about policy and regulations, and if you've been paying a whole lot of attention to this county commission the last few years, we're not big on adding more regulation and policy. But water is an entirely different conversation. It's a necessity that we have to get our minds around. So this is from me in my seat, I'm not comfortable approving multiple residential subdivisions in unincorporated Sedgwick County that are dependent on well water sources until we have some sort of policy. I'm just not comfortable doing it because everything that we're dealing with right now is really in speculation. My family is dependent on well water. Our family ranch is dependent on well water. So I just don't seem to know enough about where we're at to protect this source for the people in unincorporated Sedgwick County. So I'm not sure yet if I'm in opposition. I care deeply about this applicant's property rights and what they want to do on their property. I'm just not comfortable because of the water situation. I'm just not comfortable moving forward. I would lean a protective overlay at the very least has to be established here. We've got to kick this thing into gear on policy discussion. I don't know about the fairness of creating policy after an application is in. That's a separate conversation that we'll have to have. But at the very least, there has to be a protective overlay that appeases my concerns about these water issues. I would sense that referring this back to the Planning Commission to give us some time on protective overlays is my initial inclination. But I can tell from colleagues on this bench, I am not comfortable having these conversations, one more case about water and water density until we establish and get our heads around what is or isn't appropriate in density in unincorporated Sedgwick County. And until then, I can't vote in the approval of any cases. And that's not fair, I think, to applicants, property owners, neighbors. We've got to establish this first before I'm comfortable moving forward with any of these things. So I would ask my colleagues to consider, and the commissioner of the district to consider referring this back so that we have a little bit of time to actually talk about a protective overlay for this case and then policy moving forward. So that's just some thoughts.
Okay, Commissioner Wise.
Thank you very much for those comments. I share all of the same concerns and sentiment. Hearing each of these cases, I feel like it's always putting me in a position of, literally picking winners and losers here, where we don't have enough information to make a responsible decision. And I keep using the word responsible when it comes to water because I love growth. I want District 3 to grow, but what's the responsibility that we have with resources like water? And I don't think I have that answer. So I really like the idea of deferring this back. I like the idea of coming up with some answers before we get faced another one of these. I think it's going to be on our heels for a long time in District 3. That's where growth is happening, is Mays and Goddard and everywhere in between. So I absolutely would support and second the motion to defer this back to MAPC. Based on, do I need to give a concise basis on why we would do that, or has he already done enough of that?
I think it might be. I'm not sure that I heard a clear
Definite
basis in the motion. I think it was more of a statement of opinion from Commissioner Beatty. I'm looking at, he's nodding, so and I think Commissioner Wise, I think ultimately on to your question, what you're supposed to do is include a statement specifying the basis for the governing body's failure to approve or disapprove, essentially why you're sending it back to the MAPC and what they should look into. I think you and Commissioner Beatty have both vocalized that, but you can put that into your motion. I believe there is an option on that in terms of draft motions that we've prepared for the board, where you could kind of follow that. I think that's option 4 on your sheet. Kirk, I would look at Kirk Sponsel, Deputy County Counsel, in case he wanted to supplement anything I said.
Yeah, certainly. I agree with what my boss said, but now concisely, it could be further consideration of actual water availability, and then the potential propriety of a protective overlay in that regard.
Okay, Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just curious about the plat application. I assume that's moving forward, and it has really nothing to do with this today, but I feel a little bit badly for the owner of this property to be changing the configuration of this land by the plat that's moving forward when the zoning is up in the air here. Is there any way we can, I guess, be sensitive to the application on the plat, and knowing that there's a zoning is undetermined at this point?
Well, it depends on the intent. In order to have the plat approved, the zoning will have to allow for the lot sizes that are illustrated or shown on the plat. My understanding is that the plat has been deferred and is currently not under consideration right this week. So the option that they will have will be to defer it again, to continue those deferrals until the zoning gets resolved.
I guess one other question I have is there rural water in this area that's not available?
My understanding is that it is not
So it has to be
nearby.
water wells, okay. How are we going to answer the water question? If we send this back, how is that going to be resolved?
I think that will be an area of quite a bit of conversation. Part of the guidance so far that I've heard is a protective overlay. So that will be something that...
For the wastewater, potentially?
Well, I think the purpose of the protective overlay will be, so far I've heard, regulating the amount of dwelling units, and therefore that will help to inform how much water impact there is. So that'll be the first thing that we'll explore with the MAPC members is if a protective overlay is appropriate, and what is the right amount of dwelling units or sizes of properties. That'll be a starting point for the conversation. There's a much larger conversation, which is how do we determine what's an adequate amount of water? How do we test for that? How is there evidence of that? How is it utilized? Do you regulate utilization? All of that. It's a much, much broader conversation than perhaps the MAPC will get into at the time, but they will probably touch on a lot of those topics.
Commissioner Mowat, or however you say his name, voted against this.
Mr. Mader?
Do we know why he voted no?
I believe we've had a number of votes since then, so I'm trying to reflect back. I thought...
It's not in the minutes as to any rationales for his
okay.
vote.
If he did not provide one verbally, I would say it's just because of the testimony and the information that members of the public shared.
I guess I'm concerned about sending this back to MAPC. They've already approved a 9-1 vote, 12 units, and we're asking them to reconsider how many potential units would be on this property based on a concern about water availability. I don't know how they answer the question. I think that's a very interesting challenge. I don't know that I mind the overlay necessarily with respect to the wastewater systems that would be allowed on this property. But that's a fairly easy thing to add. So if we wanted to add that, we could add that as a protective overlay today. I'm not so sure that is worthy of sending it back. If we are going to send it back, has to be a clear reason as to why we're sending this back. If we're asking them specifically to consider a reduction from 12, something, another number, less than 12 based on water usage, my question is, how are they going to solve that? How are they going to answer that question? I don't know what the process will be.
In terms of water usage and how many properties should be allowed, I will have to explore that in the time in between. That's probably the best answer I can give at this point. But what we would do is, my expectation would be that planning staff would draft up a protective overlay, at least some language that would give them a start. And it would limit the number of dwelling units. It would also limit, maybe prohibit accessory uses like accessory apartments that could add to the number of households, and would utilize other zoning processes to do that.
All right. Oh, I'm willing to take time at this. That's fine. I'm just concerned that we're giving them an impossible task.
Kirk Sponsor, Deputy County Councilor. I just wanted to clarify one thing, Commissioner. I know that the applicants have indicated their interest in limiting this to 12, but technically, if it's approved for SF20, then all they have to do is follow the requirements within there. They can change their subdivision application to accommodate more. I don't remember if it's like one per half lot at that point, or 20,000 feet, or
Yeah, it's basically about half an acre.
it would basically be about half an acre. So theoretically, if they were approved for SF20 today without a protective overlay, then they could turn around and they could do a future application, and that 12 number is very fluid and flexible. I just want to make that clarification.
And there could be a lot more lots under SF20.
There could be.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Beatty?
Yeah, just Commissioner, thank you. Two notes to Commissioner Howe's comments. The first note is one element that we're asking, because we know that the Planning Commission is going to listen to these meeting minutes. They're going to get counsel from you, Kirk, but also from Scott and his team, is that there is a concern about future lot splits and 12 growing. So we want them to look at that protective overlay. We want them to look at protective overlays on advanced septics. We want simultaneously to have broader conversations about real guidance, comprehensive plan coming together in alignment with our comprehensive plan, and actually putting some quantitative numbers to these things. The second element to Commissioner Howe's point that I also want to come into agreement with, I understand there's an application from a property owner that is in, and I do acknowledge publicly that this is not ideal for the property owner. We care deeply about these property rights, deeply. So I want to acknowledge that this is not ideal for a property owner, for a commission to send it back and delay because we want to add more regulatory confinements to what's happening there. We wouldn't do this in some sort of situations, but the water situation rises to a level of preeminence that we have to slow down and make sure we get some of these rights. So I want the applicant's agent, I want the applicant to understand that we care deeply about the rights. We understand there's an application in, but the water conversation, in my view, is a preeminent conversation. So I wanted to acknowledge what Commissioner Howe said, and also acknowledge that we care deeply about this property owner's rights.
Commissioner Watts?
Okay, well, I'm ready to make a motion. I might need help on ensuring that I say this properly. But I'd like to move that the board returns this matter to MAPC because we need further review of the water quality and quantity available and time to consider a protective overlay. Will that do for my reasoning, sir?
That would be sufficient,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, that would be my motion.
Okay. And I'll second the motion. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howe.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. And the motion passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item I, at-large appointment to the Metropolitan Area Planning.
And Chairman, it's certainly at your discretion. If you would have any will to make an off-agenda item request, you could do that now. I know Madam Clerk's read the item. There's no reason you couldn't do that at this point if you would wish to do so.
Sure.
Any questions, Chairman, for me at this point?
Sure. No. And Justin, we want to go ahead and make that right now, and
I believe so, Chairman.
Okay.
I believe that's the preference.
I'd like to move that we add an off-agenda item for an executive session, and to be clear, this would, okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Chairman.
Do you go ahead and read this whole thing?
Yes.
Okay. To be clear, this would still leave in place the current executive session agenda item, but would add a second executive agenda item to be handled now. And this motion would carry.
And if can I please, Chairman, I would just clarify that if the motion does carry, then there would still be a subsequent agenda item with an executive session later on. This would be an additional executive session happening now if the vote.
Okay.
If the item is approved, and then if the motion for executive session passes as well.
Okay. We would make it now, and then we'd reconvene and continue the meeting. Is that what
you would
saying?
continue the meeting, and then there would be a motion for executive session. Assuming that motion carries, then you would convene an executive session, return to the meeting, and continue on with item I on your agenda.
Okay. So we'll pass this motion, or we'll vote for this motion first, and then, okay?
Correct.
Okay. So I've made the motion for an off-agenda item for the executive session. Have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Buba.
And the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, Chairman, I'd like to move that the Board of County Commissioners recess into executive session for 30 minutes until 11:30 for consultation with legal counsel for the county regarding matters deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship in order to discuss an ongoing lawsuit involving Sedgwick County. And that the Board of County Commissioners returns to this room from executive session at 11:30.
Okay. And I'll second that motion. So we have a motion and a second to adjourn into executive session and come back at 11:30. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Buba.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. We'll be back here at 11:30. We're back from executive session. There was no binding action taken. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item I, at-large appointment to the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Justin Wagoner, County Councilor. On this item, the Board of County Commissioners had previously taken up this item and deferred it on January 21st to this date. I understand that there's an interest from some of the commissioners in opening this application process back up to see if there's interest in other folks, additional folks who may wish to be appointed to this Planning Commission. Based on this, if the will of the board is to do that, I think that my suggestion at that point would just be to make a motion to defer this item indefinitely, and then county staff can bring this back in front of the board when that process is complete. Tom or I'd be happy to stand for any questions if you have them.
Okay. Do we know, are we going to bring it back to the commission for possible nominations, or how are we going to proceed forward?
We'll open it back up. Linda will open it back up. We'll take nominations. We will bring, like last time, we'll bring you a set of options, and the commission can point us direction from there.
Okay. So I'd like to make the recommended action to extend this indefinitely.
Correct.
And then we'll bring it back to the bench when we're ready to proceed forward.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, Commissioner Howell. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to know, we had, I believe, 3 people that had put their names up for consideration. Am I right about that?
There were 6 total applicants. 3 were brought forward to you as the most highly qualified.
You say applicants. So was this posted at one point?
Yes, it posts.
So why are we doing this again? I guess I'm just curious. It seems like if it was posted, we follow a process. Why are we, because we don't like any of the 3 applicants, or why are we going back and starting this process over again?
When I visited with the commissioners individually, the body would like to have gone back out just to go again. Now, these 3 may show up back up again. These 6 may show back up again. Just reopen it and give the process another start. If that's not the will, then
yeah. From what I understand, we had 3 applicants, and I think all 3 of them are highly qualified. And I guess I'm just wondering, what do we expect is going to happen if we send this back out and do the application process over again? We have 3 people. I sense we had 6 that were interested.
Yes.
And 3 of them were, I guess, vetted by someone and brought forward. And so here's 3 we think are going to be qualified. I guess I don't know why. I'm not sure why we would send this back, or should say open this process back up again, unless we're simply saying we don't like those 3 options. Sounds like the Kansas Supreme Court to me all of a sudden, but I guess I would rather just move forward. I don't know that we need to do this. I would rather have a discussion about the 3 applicants and maybe discuss making an appointment today. But if we really want to push this back, we can. I mean, we tend to support delays if we need to, if there's reason to delay. I just don't understand. It seems like we're just going backwards to where we just came from. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I'll just say that I had inquiries from a couple of people that I would consider also qualified that were not disappointed. They're very respectful, saying, well, if I'd have known, I guess I was late to the game. And I just think since it's an at-large position, I just think we all should be able to look at anybody that wanted to be considered. And so that's why. That was my comment, to reopen it if it was possible. And so both of them said if it's not possible, then they understand, but they're interested. So.
Okay. I guess my thought would be that, again, we're trying to follow a process. I would like to just stay pure. I think we have three good people to pick from, and we had 6 interested. It doesn't mean that the process is broken. The process brought forward some good names, and I think all 3 of the names we have right now are highly qualified. I would probably not. I don't see a reason to send this back. I don't like the motion. I'm trying to send it back. I don't like the motion to reverse direction here, simply because now we have somebody who missed their chance. I don't even know who that would be. I would prefer not to have to do that since we have good options today. So I would probably not be in favor of the motion right now. Thank you.
Are you making a secondary or?
No, that not making a substitute motion. I'm just going to vote no.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Beatty.
I think I understand where we're at. So the motion is to reopen. Okay, I'll vote aye.
Commissioner Howell.
No.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Buba.
Aye. And the motion passes 4-1. Next item, please. Commissioner Meissner, do you have your? Is that earlier? Okay. Okay. Next item, please.
Item J, presentation of the quarterly financial report.
Okay. Morning, Brent. Still morning.
Good morning, Chairman Blubaugh, members of the County Commission. For the record, I'm Brent Shelton, your Deputy CFO, and I'm here this morning to present the quarterly financial report for the fourth quarter of 2025. This will represent all the fiscal activities of 2025 versus 2024. Now, it goes without saying that it's my privilege to work with a host of very talented people in budget and accounting departments within the Division of Finance. They're responsible for the presentation as well as the report that you're about to hear. Just a reminder in terms of some housekeeping things that this is based on unaudited financial information. It is subject to some minor adjustments as we go through that audit process. And you've all received a copy of the report. It's going to be made available to the public at the conclusion of this presentation. As we look at the quarterly report for the end of the year for 2025, I think you'll notice a couple of things. One is pretty consistent, pretty stable fiscal activities throughout the course of the year. We will note some places where there are big swings in line items between 2024 and 2025. Two major things are driving those swings. One is the replacement, revenue replacement transfers that were done with ARPA funds in 2024. That closed out ARPA so that those didn't reoccur in 2025. And then the construction that's ongoing at the State Mental Health Hospital that didn't occur in 24. And so we'll see those and some other things show up as we go through the details in the report. If I can work the mouse, we'll move along. As we typically do with the quarterly reports, we begin with the end, and we look at the net change in fund balance across the operating funds of the county. And if we just take these from left to right and look at year-over-year changes in our fund balance, we see that in the county's property tax supported funds, we increased that fund balance by about $2.4 million. Investment earnings drove that increase. In those funds without a dedicated property tax support, we see a reduction of about $33.7 million. That is as a result primarily of the encumbrance and some of the expenses around the state mental health hospital. The fire district reduced their general fund by making a transfer into their special equipment fund so that they could do cash-funded purchases for future equipment needs. And employee health care costs, we've heard, were increased in 2025. That contributed to that reduction in our enterprise and internal service funds. So overall, for the course of the year, fund balances across the organization are down by about $37.2 million, but there's nothing here for a cause for alarm. Now, as I mentioned, there are 5 county funds with which there is a dedicated property tax levy: the general fund, WSU, aging, highways, and our debt service fund. And across those funds for the last 5 years, what this graph demonstrates is relative parity between revenues and expenditures on an annual basis for the last 5 years. We typically spend about what we bring in terms of revenue. A little more detail just in terms of revenues in these funds, because they do have a dedicated tax levy. That is the biggest revenue source in these funds. A 6.5% increase in ad valorem taxes across these funds was enjoyed in 2025. But that was after an 8% increase in our assessed value or our tax base. So your actions to lower the mill levy and provide some property tax relief reduced the amount of gain that would have been if you'd captured all of that. Sales and use taxes were up by almost $2 million, a 5% increase. And after large increases in 24 over 23, motor vehicle taxes have kind of leveled off. As I mentioned earlier, we did see about a $4.5 million increase in our investment income that's posted to these funds. That contributed to the increase in that line item. And ARPA's revenue replacement, the revenues that came into these funds from the non-property tax supported funds in the fourth quarter of 2024, didn't occur again, contributing to that decrease in revenue in that fund. Because personnel expenditures are the key or the biggest expense item we have in these funds, we like to separate those out. Your actions over the past few years to stabilize compensation, make us more competitive, has resulted in the types of results that we would expect to see, an increase in salaries and wages, along with other benefits and personnel expenditures increasing, yet overtime decreasing at the same time because more positions being filled and not requiring overtime work. The other expenditures in these funds that are not related to personnel, if we look at these on a line item basis, grant awards, we increased the expenditure there. The one-time payment to Exploration Place to close that out contributed to that increase on that top line. We had some significant planned software upgrades that occurred, resulting in an increase in software and hardware maintenance. In terms of the non-personnel expenditures that declined, that's also tied to the ARPA revenue replacement in 2024, but then we encumbered some of those funds for some CIP projects. Let's take a moment and look at the fire district. And in the fire district general fund, you'll see a similar parity between revenues and expenditures, with a slight increase in expenditures over revenues over the last couple of years. The contributing factor for those is found on the bottom line of this chart. In all other expenditures, transfers from the Fire District General Fund into the Fire District Special Equipment Fund were made, increasing those expenditures and establishing funds available for future equipment purchases. Otherwise, you see some modest increase in revenue and personnel costs, a little fewer purchases of equipment. Now, we have another number of funds, about 31 other operating funds, for which there is not a dedicated property tax levy. This graph indicates a couple of things. One, those top two lines that are dotted show total revenues and total expenditures across these funds without a dedicated tax levy. That includes the federal stimulus funds that we received, CARES and ARPA, going back for response to and recovery from the pandemic. If you look at the bottom two lines, those are our activities of a fiscal nature across the last 5 years, excluding the federal stimulus funds. So again, you see pretty consistent lines in terms of our revenues and our expenditures. The widening gap from 23 to 25 in terms of revenues over expenditures continues to be in our, due to our CCBHC funding model in CommCare. a little more detail. Here it shows up on the top line. You see the PPS-1 Medicaid fees. Those fees for service continue to increase throughout that because of that new billing model. Now, the next two line items are state revenue from KDADs and the federal revenue state pass-through. Both of those are tied to the state mental health hospital, the ARPA funds that have been received, the advance that came from the state. So those are are captured in revenues in those line items. Key expenditures in those funds. We did see a decrease in salaries and wages. Again, with the closeout of ARPA, a number of health department positions went away, so that reduced the salaries and wages. Employee benefits remain relatively flat, but in the facilities construction line item, you can see that $87 million encumbrance for the state mental health hospital that didn't occur in 2024. And then you can see the other impact on the flip side of the ledger with the ARPA revenue replacement in the all other expenditures line. As we look in terms of our fund balance over the last 5 years, you can see that this graph depicts for us tax collections in the first two quarters of the year, and then those are spent down in quarters 3 and quarter 4. So if you look on a quarter-over-quarter basis, you see it pretty much, but this follows that tax collection and tax distribution cycle. We did end 2025 with $111 million fund balance in that general fund. County policy says that we're going to maintain a 20% minimum unrestricted fund balance in budgeted annual expenditures in the general fund. That would be about $66 million. We exceeded that, and you can see that we've consistently met and exceeded that county policy over the last 5 years. As I mentioned earlier, we saw an increase in our fund balance in the general fund as a result of the performance of our portfolio. The value of that portfolio exceeded $800 million at the end of the year. Of that $800 million, $389 million was other people's money. It belonged to the cities and the schools and so forth, waiting for the distribution in January. So while we're holding it at the end of the year, it's really not our money, but we're earning a return on that. The investment income that we received during the fourth quarter was $7.2 million. That exceeded 2024's fourth quarter of $3.4 million. So we almost doubled that in the fourth quarter of this year versus last year. Our total investment income in 2025 was $20.3 million. That compared to $15.6 the prior year. So I'm really proud of David Floyd, Lorian, our budget director, Hope, our accounting director. They make up that liquidity team that looks at this on a monthly basis. We put budget and accounting together and make the best use of these idle funds. And the other thing is that we did cross our benchmark line, which is the yellow line on the graph in the second quarter. We continue to be ahead of that. We're at 3.84% on our portfolio versus about 3.48 as our benchmark. So doing very well with the investments. Let's take a quick look at some significant capital projects that either had a lot of activity or they completed in the fourth quarter of 2025. In the adult detention facility, there were cameras and locks updates. That project was finished in November of 2025. They replaced almost 300 cell door locks, added a number of cameras in the direct-style housing units, gave us better coverage, reduced blind spots, and updated software so that things continue to operate well there. Due to an increase in the need for services in the community crisis center expansion for ComCare involves the design and the construction of that new facility to meet those current and future needs. They're in the process now of they've completed asbestos abatement, laid out some underground plumbing and so forth, and are getting ready to remove the north wall. A temporary wall is in place to facilitate that. Project B514 is a bridge replacement on 87th Street South between Seneca and Broadway. And you can see from these pictures that the old structure has been removed. Piling for the new structure is in place. The pier walls have been formed, and steel work is being done in preparation for a cement pour in the next couple of weeks. And the final one is B516. The construction on this project began in October of 2025. It's located just north of the railroad tracks in the city of Clearwater on Tracy Street. And as you can see here, reinforced concrete box has been replaced. They're going to do intersection approaches, are going to be realigned to improve sight lines. And just an example of the cooperation that Public Works coordinated this project with a K.S.A railroad project that's making crossing improvements at the same time. So by overlapping those two projects, the road closure time or the impact to the public has been greatly mitigated or minimized. It's about a 5-month project, and the cement has been poured. It's waiting now for the cure. So if I was to close this out and leave you with some things, our fiscal condition does remain sound. That's been demonstrated by continued AAA debt ratings, clean, unmodified audit results, and the ability to respond to community needs and things that come up without impacting our core services. There are some pressures outside the county's control, and I listed these kind of in order of how I see more imminent threats, if you will, or pressures. We don't have to discuss the state legislative decisions. We know that those can have impacts. Interest rates, we don't know which direction they're going. As we look for a new Fed chairman, I've read noise and news that say they're going up, they're going down, they're going to stay the same. We'll wait and see. Again, noise and news about all the things going on across the globe, but one that hasn't appeared before. I think artificial intelligence is going to change the way we deliver service. It could have impacts on our workforce, and that's something that I know our IT folks are keeping an eye on as we rise to that challenge. So as we move forward in this budget season, we have to continue to find that sweet spot between what the community expects and what they're willing to pay for. You have desire to continue to provide property tax relief, and we want to keep trying to do things more effectively and more efficiently, whether we're looking internally or to our partners. So with that, I will stand for any questions.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Beatty?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner. Just a quick observation. Back on your slide 6, I'm just curious. I know we've done this effort mainly on salaries and wages, so we continue to seem like overall hold the line in the big picture, even though we are including compensation adjustments we've made the last couple of years.
Correct.
I was kind of encouraged that overtime has gone down. My wish would be it'd be revenue neutral, but I get it. Probably can't quite get there. But anyway, that's just a noted that I'm glad that the compensation seems to be happy and stable and not impact adversely with our big picture, and a little, and kind of encouraged that overtime is down. So that's just my only, there's other observations. Thank you.
Yeah, Brent, thank you. Lindsay, thank you. Also to Hope and Lori and to the team in finance, thank you. To the team that's managing the investment portfolio, that's a lot of work and a lot of good. Again, this is, I think, a couple of years in a row that we've had these quarterly reports, and every time we talk about investment income, and it's quite impressive. And that it allows us to leverage dollars to where we can utilize things that normally would be property tax dollars. So that's a big deal. So this investment portfolio and its return has yielded a benefit to county citizens. Slide 13, if you don't mind, Brent. I think this is noteworthy in a couple different things in this regard. This is dealing with ComCare, that PPS1 Medicaid fee. As you can see, from fourth quarter 24 to 25, it's up 22%. The revenue from those fees, that's significant. Most people aren't aware that ComCare, which I believe is, we're looking at a $75-80 million budget or close to. We only fund that with property taxes, I think, to the tune of $5 to $7 million. The bulk of this is fee funded, and the bulk of those fee funds are from this PPS1 Medicaid fee. The state years ago made decisions of how they wanted to fund mental and behavioral health, and they wanted it pushed to the localized level. When I first got on the county commission, this is when we were transitioning ComCare into a CCBHC. What we're seeing in these fees is a direct result of that CCBHC designation. It's rather significant. Yes. I also remember when I first got on the county, I remember having discussions that ComCare's fund was, for the most part, I don't think it was maybe to this level of crisis, but we were almost insolvent in the ComCare fund. I fair to say that was where we once were. That fund balance today, Brent, I did the homework so you didn't have to. The fund balance today, just a few years ago, was almost insolvent. It's at $33.9 million. It's not property tax funds. These are fees through this PPS1 Medicaid fees that have been generated through services provided via ComCare. Lindsay and I had talked. The county has actually contracted Forvis to try to give us some guidance as to what is the appropriate fund balance that we're to have in this ComCare fund. The idea the state had when they adjusted that PPS1 fee and that reimbursement rate was these dollars need to get back to the community. Right. That we're not supposed to take these fees and just set them in this bank account and let it continue to accrue. So I think we're still trying. My note to the public is we're still trying to get our footing as to how we manage these PPS1 funds. We know that ComCare, the crisis center, some of these dollars are going to be deployed there. We know there's conversations about a crisis intervention center and the increases that are going to be required there and what that looks like and when we pull that trigger and how we scale into that sort of service. My point being is I don't want us to gloss over what slide 13 shows us, that the CCBHC designation has returned significant dollars into the ComCare fund, and we need to deploy these dollars back into the community, and we're seeking outside help as to what the recommended fund balance needs to be. So lots of ideas how to do it. Obviously, the county is likely going to play a role in a lot of different things dealing with behavioral health, with mental health, with substance use, and some of the things that are happening in our community. So that's really encouraging of what that fund has been able to accrue here over the last couple of years. So I appreciate the update.
Okay. Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation again. And can you, it may be in the booklet that you gave me already, and I'm not sure it's there. I'm looking for it. But can we talk about the opioid settlement fund? What's our fund balance there? What's the trend line look for that fund balance for the opioid funds? Is that in there somewhere?
I don't have those numbers with me right now. I can get that in.
Well, I'm thinking about that one. I'm also interested in the auto license fund.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is it also show a balance, and how is it trending? Is it somewhere in the book?
You want me to speak to this?
Go ahead.
All right. Commissioners, Lindsay Purser, your CFO. So the state actually created a fund called Municipalities Fight Addiction Fund.
Right, yeah.
And so that's the one you need to look for in the book, and that's on page 39. And as of the end of 2025, the balance in that fund is $3,266,882. And then
we made a partnership with Wichita. Is that money earmarked currently? Is it?
Nothing is earmarked until you all establish a formal budget.
Okay, well, let's talk about that some point soon. The auto license fund was my next question. I'm sorry.
There's a transfer in of $831,000 to maintain that fund at basically a zero deficit.
Is that on page 32?
That's, yes, page 32.
Okay. And our projections on that fund, barring any changes in Kansas law, that is anything changed on that?
You all have capped the level of subsidy to $500,000 for this current fiscal year. So that is what the treasurer is operating under, is the assumption that that is the only level of subsidy, and so she needs to manage her operations for that.
Okay, then my next one is the interest bank reserve fund.
You know, I highlighted all of these before I got here.
I'm sorry.
You and I were in a mind meld. Is what
I'm channeling you, I guess. I just think we need to have an update on these. These are all hot topics at the moment. They're all going to drive policy.
They are. So
in our budget, especially our February. 41. Okay. And I assume that's a dwindling fund.
It is. It is down to $893,000 at the end of the year.
And is that matched our we had a briefing on this a while back in our staff meeting. Is there any changes I need to? Are we on track still, or to basically hit a challenge, I guess, in 2027's budget?
Yes,
okay.
We are on track for that, and you will have a specific discussion about that again at your budget retreat on February 13th, where we will have conversation about that and the zoo as well and their capital needs.
Well, since you're still right there, I appreciate you so much being there. And Brent, you can answer this too, but let me just see who wants to do it. So I have a...
we'll fight it out.
Yeah. Okay, so online there was a comment that 55% increase in pay and benefits for county employees since 2020, I guess 2022. Is that, since 2022, we had a 55% increase in pay and benefits for county employees. Can we validate that? Is that a truth, or is that something that sounds about right?
Sounds incorrect. I guess it would depend. What is it comparing it to 22 to what? Because in 2022, we were also paying ARPA personnel and everything. So no, that does not.
Yeah, I don't know. It just says a 55% increase in pay and benefits for county employees since 2022.
Potentially from either if we're looking at an increase on a KP&F type dollar for dollar rate, potentially. We have had some increases in how much we pay out in claims for health insurance, but we'll need to dig into the salary and wage and overtime because that does not sound.
I'll send these notes to you, but I'll just going to ask these things publicly and let you know. I'd like to maybe answer some of this. Also goes on and says a 50% increase in property tax revenue over the 2022 actual amount collected. 50% increase in property tax revenue. I don't think that's correct. And the next one of these was an ending fund balance goes from an unnecessary $110 million to an even more inflated $127 million. I don't know what's the snapshot they're looking at, where they're getting their data. Looking at the financial forecast for all county property tax supported funds, which I don't know if that's available here in this report today or not, but again, using the words unnecessary $110 million. Again, that's pretty close to what the slides showed today is $111 million as the ending balance at the end of 2025. But I'm not sure I would use the words unnecessary.
Well, and I would point out, first of all, that $111 million is actually the ending fund balance, right?
Right.
And of that is made up of all of your fund balance, including your inventories, your non-spendable items, anything that's committed for other use. And then you also have a 20% policy. Remember, that says of your budgeted expenditures and transfers out in the general fund, you must keep 20% back for the current year. That's $69 million.
69.
When we look at what the unrestricted balance is, we're at about $109 million. So you have $40 million. But again, that is essentially because we are self-insured to a large degree. We want to be able to rely on those funds either for capital projects, for one-time uses. You have a specific policy that says how you may spend your excess fund balance, whether that's buying down the future amount of debt service that you're going to issue. If it's to cover, if there's a tornado, it takes a minute for insurance to come back and actually reimburse us for those costs. So you would need to be able to provide that up front. So there's a lot of reasons why I would argue strenuously that it is not unnecessary.
Yeah, certainly I don't I don't think these are very good adjectives to use. I think that they're unqualified and it's an opinion of someone else, but I don't agree with that. And I think when they start thinking about the size of our organization, the number of employees that we have, as much responsibilities as we have, that gives me just a little bit of comfort. Not like it's a huge amount, but it seems like a very reasonable number to me. So I guess I'd like to develop a bit of a rebuttal narrative to this entire set of arguments here. I don't think the county's mismanaged at all. I think the county's doing quite well. These reports always encourage me. I think these reports just confirm what I've already kind of settled on in my personal opinion, that the county's well managed financially. We're doing things that are reasonable. Our balances are what the people would want them to be. I don't think we're overtaxing the people. I don't think we're overspending our budget. I think we're conservatively managed and we're doing things quite well. So my opinion is this always gives me great encouragement. I always appreciate both of you and your staff for bringing us a very encouraging report. Thank you for that.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. If not, I'd like to make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Aye. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item K, report of the Board of Bids and Contracts, regular meeting on January 29, 2026.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners.
Good morning, Joe.
Yeah.
Joe Thomas.
Joe Thomas, Purchasing Director, and the meeting of Board of Bids and Contracts, that regular meeting of January 29th, results in 6 items. Our first item is the tax foreclosure title search services for various departments. Recommendation is to accept the proposal from Security First Title, LLC, and that covers a contract period of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew. Item number 2 is the EMCP and Master Control Panel install for facilities management. Recommendations to accept the quote from Foley Power Solutions in the amount of $342,078. Item number 3 is the Bell's Virtual Scribe and Quality Coach for ComCare. Recommendation is to accept the quote from NetSmart Technologies Incorporated in the amount of $500,900, and that covers a period of 36 months. Item number 4 is the Alpha Collector, again for ComCare, and this recommendation is to accept the quote from NetSmart Technologies in the amount of $343,728, also covering a period of 36 months. Item number 5 is the Sheriff's Office Management of Off-Duty Programs, Sheriff's Office. Recommendation is to accept the proposal from Off-Duty Management Incorporated, and that covers a period of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew. And our final item, item 6, is the Hologic Panther Instrument Maintenance and Support for Health Department. And this recommendation is to accept the quote from Hologic Sales and Service, LLC, and that's in the amount of $104,400 for a period of 4 years. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions and recommend approval.
All right. Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to let you know I had some questions in staff meet or the agenda review regarding number 5. I have talked with Justin and got all my questions answered, so I no longer have any concerns. Just wanted you guys to know that my concerns that I had on Friday have been answered completely. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. I'd like to go ahead and take the recommended action to approve the recommendations of the Board of Bids and Contracts.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Aye. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubow.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
At this time, I'd like to go ahead and call the governing body of Fire District Number 1 to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Commissioner Beatty.
Present.
Commissioner Howell.
Present.
Commissioner Wise.
Present.
Chairman Blubow.
Present. Next item, please.
Public agenda.
We have no one signed up on the public agenda for the Fire District. Next item, please.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, fire meeting minutes of January 7th, 2026.
I'd like to make a motion to, if you have any questions about the minutes from January 7th. If not, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to to accept the minutes as posted.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Buba.
Aye. Madam Clerk, next item.
New business, item B, establish budget authority in the amount of $189,300 in the Fire District Special Equipment Fund.
Okay.
Commissioners, I have
Lindsay?
not dug well.
Yeah, I thought you stated that earlier.
He came early. Well, Lindsay Povers, CFO. He did come earlier this morning, but then when he realized the meeting was running long, I volunteered to handle this agenda item. So it's pretty straightforward, as you heard during agenda review. Some orders were placed in calendar year 2025. Those items are not being received. And so the concept is to establish additional budget authority in their special equipment reserve fund and then allow these expenses to be shifted there. So that it is not an unanticipated financial impact to their 2026 operating budget. So the request is simply for you to authorize the establishment of that budget authority, which allows us to execute that. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have any questions? All right. If not, I'd like to go ahead and take the recommended action to approve the established budget of the Fire District Special Equipment Fund in the amount of $189,300.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Buba.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Motion passes. Madam Clerk, next item.
Consent agenda.
Chairman and Commission, Tom Stolz, County Manager's Office. I'm going to ask for a deferral on consent item C on fire, and then I'm going to come back on item M on regular agenda. These are both the same policies. These are federally driven policies that you received email this morning from the election commissioner on. We can defer it for 1 week. We can hear it next Wednesday. It is due next Thursday, so we will have to bring it to a vote next week from today. I'd like to defer it for today to give me a little bit of a chance to talk with the election commissioner.
Okay. Justin, would we prefer that we make the action item for deferral on C or make the action to approve everything but C?
On this item, since you're just doing with the fire district consent agenda, I think you could just say we're make a motion to defer that item until next week's fire district meeting.
Okay. Yep. I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to defer item C until next week.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Buba.
Okay. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions about the other consent items? Okay.
And Chairman, I realizing now your question earlier, you're on the fire district consent agenda. So if you're going to talk about questions on the other consent agenda, I'd suggest first finishing the fire district meeting, and then you'll be able to call that item. So procedurally, I would suggest. I know Tom mentioned item M on the regular consent agenda, but I think you can take that up once you're done with the fire district agenda. Would be my suggestion.
Yeah, correct. But was that the only item?
Sorry.
Okay. That's what I was trying to verify for. Okay. All right. So at this time, we'll adjourn the fire, or we have next item? Okay, go ahead. Other? Do we have anything on other? Okay.
Executive session.
And we have no executive session on fire. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and adjourn the fire district and go back into our county commission district. Tom, our next item.
Consent agenda.
Chairman and Commission, Tom Stolz again. Recommend approval of consent items L through S with the exception of M for the same deferral we just did on the fire agenda.
Commissioners, do we have any questions about the consent items? Okay. I'd like to go ahead and take the action, make a motion to approve consent items L through S.
The exception of M.
With the exception of M. Yes, correct.
A second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Buba.
Aye. And the motion passes. Madam Clerk, next item.
Make a motion for deferral.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, Justin Wagner, County Council Chairman. I think at this point, if it's the will of the board to follow the manager's recommendation, just suggest a motion to defer item M one week till February 11th meeting.
Okay. Yep. I'd like to make the motion to move consent item M for 1 week until February 11th.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howe.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubaugh.
Aye. And the motion passes. Next item.
Legislative issues.
Good afternoon, Tanya.
Morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Good afternoon. Okay, so we're in the fourth week of the legislative session. And just a reminder that February 19th is turnaround day. Okay, so a couple of things I've got to update you on. We heard from Watkins that our protection from the public from dangerous animals bill, as well as the publication bill, will be introduced soon. The revisor's office has given us the bill. We've had to make a couple adjustments, and so we've gotten that back to them. So I think very soon that will be able to be introduced, and we'll get some bill numbers on that. Just found out yesterday that we have a bill number on our facilities bill, and so that's Senate Bill 436. The bill reads, increased cost threshold for counties that shall use public bidding process in awarding construction contract. And if you'll recall, we're just trying to match what the state's able to do. So that's taking that threshold number from 25,000 to 100,000. So I think Kirk Sponsel was working on testimony, written testimony, so we'll be able to get that to you here very soon. I think we sent you the Watkins update that we get weekly, and on that update, it stated that our cremains bill, House Bill 2331, that passed out of Senate, Federal, and State Affairs. There were some amendments on that, as well as the added language for continuing education for mortuary arts. I've sent you the draft of the Big Five joint testimony, and that Big Five, again, is just to mention is Shawnee County, Wyandotte County, Johnson County, Shawnee County, and of course our county. They are still working on that, but I think we're getting close because the hearing is tomorrow. And again, that bill just staggers the registration of personalized plates, and then also allows the county treasurer for TAG to be able to add service fees, and that's to, of course, to help take the burden off of the county to subsidize, with property tax dollars. And as Lindsay mentioned, we provided that number for 2025. That was to the tune of $831,000. I will mention that Commissioner Beatty will be testifying tomorrow in person on this bill, as will the Treasurers Association, and of course, Brandy Bailey, our county treasurer, is part of. Okay, so now I just want to read off a few bills that we're just kind of keeping our eye on, and then at the very end here, we're going to have some discussion on a couple of bills. Okay, House Bill 2385. The short of it is this is just a bill that is a county income tax. I'll read the verbiage of the bill. This is authorizing cities and counties to propose an earnings tax for ballot question and to levy such tax if approved by the electors of a city or county, requiring resubmission of the question, if approved, to the electors every 10 years, allowing certain credits and exemptions against the tax, providing for deductions by public and private employers of the tax from employee earnings, and providing that revenue from any such tax be pledged for certain purposes. We talked to Jason about this. We don't think that there is likely any chance that this will go very far, but we are keeping our eye on that. Senate Bill 400, this is requiring data centers to use closed-loop cooling systems to mitigate water consumption, so just wanted to bring that to your attention.
I'm sorry, Tanya, what was that bill number again?
You bet. Senate Bill 400. And I can send you any of this, the bills that I'm mentioning. I can send this to you so you have copies of the bills. Senate Bill 401, this is requiring the county appraiser to conduct.
So that closed loop on the energy or the
on the cooling systems.
Water.
Yeah. Okay. To mitigate the water consumption. It's a fairly short bill. I'll send it to you, Commissioner Meitzer. Okay, Senate Bill 401. This is requiring the county appraiser to conduct a new physical inspection before increasing the valuation of residential real property by more than 15%. Senate Bill 414, this is authorizing the Secretary of Corrections to enter into a memorandum of understanding to provide money from the evidence-based programs account to residential facilities with behavioral health crisis intervention services for juveniles. House Bill 2571, I just found this interesting. This is requiring cost-sharing agreements between municipalities for the maintenance of shared roads. This one, House Bill 2588, we have our eyes on this one, providing for statewide electrician licensing by the Board of Technical Professions. This one I sent to you yesterday. This is our written testimony that Tom Henry wrote up on House Bill 2406. This is a commercial and industrial mechanical equipment. And I think Nicole maybe got you a copy of that letter. So what I'm asking from you commissioners on this is just if you agree with this letter, if you recall, they already had the tax committee already had a hearing on this, so we would just still go ahead and get this to Jason to get to the committee. So looking from you to make sure that we have your support on this letter.
There's a comment. Commissioner Howell. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. The header on this, it should be Chair Smith, Vice Chair Turner, the ranking minority member is Sawyer.
Okay, thank you for that correction.
All right. Councilman or Commissioner Meissner?
Can we, on this letter, I think last Friday in the review that K.S.A. does, I think it again was pointed out, maybe Commissioner Howell can help wade in. It's been pointed out that really Sedgwick County is the only county that's going to get hurt or going to have to cost. Everybody else, they're saying all the other counties are either minimal or no cost problem, right? Did you hear that?
On this bill?
Yeah.
I did not hear that, and I missed the hearing on this one, so I'll go back and listen to that.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I don't think that's true. What this bill does is it exempts existing property that was not exempt prior to 2006, if I understand correctly.
Correct.
So this is a reduction in the assessed value for those counties. I think every county that has this happen will see a loss in revenue, I believe.
Well, Chairman, if I could make a quick comment, to Commissioner Meitzner's point, Justin Wagner, County Councilor, I was on that same K.S.A. call, and my understanding is that the comment was, because this has to be pre-2006 and certain types of equipment and machinery, and the comment was that the only county that would have any impact that wasn't negligible would be Sedgwick County. I think was essentially what they said. So, and obviously this text that's in front of you shows it would obviously not be negligible in Sedgwick County, yes. But I think that's what they said from K.S.A. I mean, I don't know that we've independently verified that at the state level, but I think K.S.A. has all the 105 counties in interest.
Well, I would guess that they may not, the other counties may not care because it's negligible to them, but no one's a winner in this. I mean, this is another set of exemptions that continues to peel away taxable value currently. So this is a. Right. If you think the M&E exemption was bad, this is just another step in that direction. So,
yeah, and it is pre-2006, and the comments were that because of our aviation industry, we have some massive equipment that is still eligible for property tax, personal tax. That's what it's called, machinery equipment tax. So, I guess. And again, 3.4 million, which we don't say in this, ends up being about a half of $1 million. And as we've worked every year to help reduce our mill levy, this is going to eat into that if that becomes law. And really, I'm sorry, I kind of talked in circles, but what I'm kind of concerned is that Chairman Smith, we're kind of working closely with him on a number of things. And I think we all have really respectful, good relationships with him. And as a former county commissioner himself, I think he has a lot of sympathy towards county and the impact of state rules on local government. So I want us as a commission to feel comfortable, or do we feel comfortable that Chairman Smith will receive this letter in the right frame without, I don't want to cause, I guess if this is fait accompli and we're going to have to eat the 3.4 million, I just want to make sure Chairman Smith, whoever presents this and how we present it, that it's a factual problem for us, and we're not for it, but we don't want to disrupt our relationship. If that's just my comment on that as we continue to try to lower mill levies, things like this do not support us, kind of conversely. So anyway, I'm okay with the letter, but I want to make sure it's presented either through Jason or for one of us that has a good relationship with Chairman Smith. And I'd be interested in how y'all feel about that, but that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Chairman. Just to be clear, are you telling me the K.A.C. took a neutral position on this?
I don't know right now what K.A.C.'s position on this is.
They were saying that they were going to take the opportunity to remind the committee that what they did in 2006 had such a bad impact on us, on everybody statewide. And but they were, I think, because nobody else was getting hurt by it, they were going to be fairly neutral.
Chairman Justin Widener, County Councilor, my recollection was, it did surprise me some. I think that they were actually proponents on it under essentially a theory that the damage had already been done by the prior exemption.
True.
But I mean, on behalf of Sedgwick County, there's a lot of money at stake here.
Yeah.
So
the neutral is right, Commissioner Howell.
I've been a huge proponent of K.A.C., but I'm about to second guess myself and think maybe we should not be giving them any money. This is not good. This is not good lobbying for Sedgwick County.
Yep.
I'd like to go back and watch this hearing again, but assuming that they did not take a strong position of opposition, I have concern about what they're doing. I would like this to be stronger at the beginning, rather than saying I am writing on behalf of Sedgwick County. This is from the commission board. If we agree today, I'd say Sedgwick County opposes HB 2406. Exclamation point, because it's going to increase our tax levy by another $500,000, tax levy rate by $500,000 to recover from this. We're trying to cut property taxes, not add more burden, and then this is simply shifting status quo back over to other property owners once again. I think this ought to be a stronger letter, and I think you should start out by saying Sedgwick County opposes HB 2406, and I would make that its own sentence, and then space it down for the next paragraph and explain why. To me, this is a fine letter. I just think it could be stronger, and I think we ought to be clear. Because again, you imagine these people are going to give this 3 seconds. What are they going to see? I want them to see Sedgwick County opposes this. It's going to raise property taxes by $500,000.
Right.
That's what they need to hear.
Agree. And maybe where it says 3.4 million, we said equal to 1/2 of a.
I would stick that in the first sentence. Say the impact of this is going to raise property taxes by $500,000, or we got to cut, nearly $4 million worth of services. And one of my new things, by the way, when I use the word tax cut, it's going to be coupled with the word services every time now. You want to cut taxes, let's cut services too. We have to do them together because they're connected at the hip. You can't do one without the other. So you want to cut $500,000 of property taxes, and you also have to cut $500,000 worth of services to go with that, or you got to raise taxes to backfill it. So you guys want to do this, understand the cost is it's $500,000, which is, again, services. It's not just taxes, it's services too. I want them to know that. So you want to, if they want to do this, I don't know what problem they're solving, but it's a $500,000 of property tax to our people. And again, we have to rectify this either by raising the mill levy or cutting services, the equivalent of $500,000. So to me, this letter is a step in the right direction, but I wish it was stronger. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Well, Lindsay wants to make
If it's okay, Lindsay Proso, CFO. So I think we're happy to go ahead and include that language about it's equivalent to almost $500,000. I do think it's important for us to take a stance because I do want to validate what Justin said, and that is that the K.A.C. on their Friday call did say that they will be proponents of this bill, not just neutral, but proponents. And so I do think the legislature needs to understand that this will actually have a cost to us. It will be significant, particularly in light of continued conversation about either a property tax lid, where they cap how much spending increase we can do a year, or in the context of the 3% assessed value caps. So I think it's important that they understand that this is, again, public policy that is counter to what they're wanting you all at the local level to do.
Could they exempt Sedgwick County from this bill?
Can they make it non-uniform? I don't think they probably can. I think that's got some constitutional issues with assessed valuation.
That's actually, I think Lindsay is correct on that, Commissioner Meitzer. I think it could create some issues in taxation.
Does anybody know what we paid K.A.C. for their lobbyist efforts? Does anybody know what we're paying K.A.C.? I'll look that up. I want to find that out. Thank you very much.
Anything else, Tony?
I've got one more thing, but I'm going to quickly hand it over to Justin, and that's on Senate Bill 418. So this is a by right housing development act, and I think Justin has quite a bit of information he wants to give you on that.
Yes, Justin Wagner, County Councilor. Thank you, Tanya. As she mentioned, Senate Bill 418 is one that, and I mentioned first off, I know the Metropolitan Area Planning Department staff had done some review on this, as had Kirk Sponsel in our office back before it was even in bill format, before it had been introduced. It's referred to as the By Right Housing Development Act. It was intended to aid. It's intended to aid with affordable housing by streamlining zoning and permit approval process. It had its hearing yesterday in front of the Senate Committee on Commerce. It does a number of things that significantly impact planning, zoning, and platting. All single-family and multifamily housing developments would be permitted by right, both in city limits and unincorporated areas. So that means that single-family, multifamily housing developments would operate under a different set of laws and zoning requirements as compared with really all other uses under state, as a matter of state law. Homes, duplexes, apartment buildings could be located essentially anywhere with by right without there being a zoning case with notice provided to the surrounding property owners, without a public hearing and review by the Planning Commission, and then ultimately there would not need to be a zoning decision by the county commissioners or city council to approve that zoning. So it'd be a pretty sharp change. Now, a lot of residential zoning cases do get approved. It's not uncommon, whether it's city councils or county commissions around the state, but it would make it to where it's by right. So it'd take away local control on those matters. And I would just point out that I think zoning cases are probably one of the things that there's an expectation of local control. I mean, we just had a couple of big zoning cases today that had garnered a lot of discussion and consideration. It would also establish a 15-day approval timeframe and review for platting applications and inspections, as opposed to currently the state law has 60-day timeframe, and with the request of the applicant, that can be extended beyond 60 days. This would be 15 days with no opportunity to extend it beyond the 15 days. Metropolitan Area Planning Department staff, and I think to a certain degree Public Works, preliminarily, I'll say that for Lynn's behalf, they don't really think it's feasible with current staffing to make a 15-day turnaround on plat review. I mean, we're talking about drainage plans, utilities, other things that are included, all the infrastructure that's considered in plats, traffic planning, things like that. It is worth noting that what the bill proposes as an alternative is that applicants could have third parties review and approve the plats in lieu of the process that goes, like at Sedgwick County and City of Wichita, we have a joint planning commission, but we also have a subdivision committee that first reviews and considers the plats. It's had input from planning staff, Public Works, Fire, various other departments, MEBCD, and others. Their alternative would be to have a third party could be hired by the applicant. I believe, to do the review work. It sets out some requirements and limitations on who that could be. I think it's worth keeping in mind that if there would be any issues with the quality of that third party's work, the county, in that case, we wouldn't have any control over how well the work was done. I think there could be consequences. I mean, I'm just pulling out an example. If the drainage plan was not well completed, you wouldn't be able to, like today, you could look to Public Works and, Lynn Packers, your county engineer, and say, hey, what's off with your drainage? It's something we're in control of. In this case, there would be the possibility that the county would be in control of drainage problems on something that we didn't actually review with our own staff. So that'd be a change from our current circumstances. The bill would establish a legal standard of review that would be very specific to these matters. It would essentially tilt the scales in favor of the applicant. Currently, all zoning cases, if there's an appeal to court, like if somebody challenged your decision on a zoning case or a city council's decision, the standard of review is whether your decision was reasonable or city council's decision was reasonable. If it's unreasonable, then a judge may overturn it. What this would do is change it to where if there is any sort of challenge on these cases, the burden would be on the government, on city or county, to, by clear and convincing evidence, prove their case. So it'd be unique from other zoning cases in terms of how the legal matters would be handled. So it makes a number of changes. The Senate Committee on Commerce had its hearing on the bill yesterday. There were a number of proponents, a number of neutral parties, and a number of opponents. Our understanding is that the city of Wichita submitted opposition testimony, bringing up some of the same concerns I've listed today. They had some that I didn't mention. I probably mentioned some that they didn't include as well. It did not pass out of committee yesterday. They were going to take it back up this morning, and I'm not sure, sitting here right now, if it did pass out of committee or not. Certainly, you could have feedback if there's an interest from commission to do so. I'd be happy to stand for any questions on that, though.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners? All right. Thanks, Justin. All right. Yep. Commissioner Bailey.
Tanya, could you, that juvenile bill, what was that bill number again, and what was the description of the bill?
Commissioner, Senate Bill 414, I'll read the bill, authorizing the Secretary of Corrections to enter into a memorandum of understanding to provide money from the evidence-based programs account to residential facilities with behavioral health crisis intervention services for juveniles. So we got that information on Monday, and we are having our corrections director look at it.
I appreciate it. These have been conversations I've had, significant conversations with Steve Stonehouse and Mario and Tom and Rusty, and the fear was that the legislature kept sweeping those funds, and I think they're trying to designate some of those funds to some residential programming that is desperately needed for crisis intervention beds and such. So it's good to see some action. If you can get me some more information, that'd be helpful.
Be happy to do that. Okay. That's all I have, Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Tony. Madam Clerk, next item.
Committee reports.
Committee reports. Does anyone have any reports? Okay. Next item.
Other.
Other. Anything under other? Okay. Next item.
Executive session.
Executive session. We do have an executive session. Commissioner Wise.
Yes, I move that the Board of County Commissioners recess into executive session for 40 minutes until, we'll do 1:25. Give us time. Are we going upstairs?
Yes.
1:25? Okay. For consultation with legal counsel for the county regarding matters deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship in order to discuss potential legal claims and related actions pertaining to contractual matters. And that the Board of County Commissioners return to this room from executive session at 1:25.
And I'll second the motion. So we have a motion and a second for an executive session. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Wise.
Aye.
Chairman Blubaugh.
Aye. Back at 1:25. We're back from executive session, and no binding action has been taken. And, today's meeting will be adjourned at 1:25.